Thank you so much for being seated. A very good morning to everybody present here. On behalf of everybody, I welcome you all to this seminar on global shipping, trials, and tribulations. Thank you so much for taking your seats. It's so happy to see your beautiful faces on this Friday morning. My name is Hiba, and I take great pleasure in being your host for this seminar. CMMI celebrates its 65th annual day, and this seminar is to commemorate the occasion. The event is indeed a very special one as we are back to offline events after 2 years of being stuck between four walls in our homes. We are delighted that Mrs. H.K. Joshi, former chairman and managing director, Shipping Corporation of India, accepted our invitation to be the chief guest for this seminar and traveled all the way from Mumbai to be with us today. Thank you, ma'am. I request Captain K. N. Ramesh, treasurers of the CMMI Chennai Chapter, to kindly escort her to the stage and welcome her with a bouquet. Thank you, ma'am. Please be seated. Speaking of Mrs. H.K. Joshi, she started her career as a lecturer in Delhi University and joined the corporate world in 1984. She has close to 4 decades of corporate level and over 7 years of board level experience. She joined the Shipping Corporation of India in February 2015 as Director of Finance, when she was also appointed as the CFO of the CSI. She was later appointed by the Government of India as the Chairperson and Managing Director of the SCI, with effect from December 2019. She continued as the Director of Finance, holding additional charge of the post until her superannuation on the 31st of May 2022. She advocates diversity and inclusion in all spheres and has permeated a culture of positivity and confidence to deliver. A first ever all women sailing was executed on board the tanker MT Swarna Krishna on the eve of the International Women's Day 2021 under her leadership. It is hailed as a historic and a landmark achievement in the national and global maritime, effecting a perception shift in the seafaring, being traditionally seen as male dominating. The tanker Swarna Krishna was the first cargo vessel that sailed for a record 26 voyages with only women officers. That does deserve a round of applause. Having a rich and diversified experience spanning over 3 decades with ONGC, a mammoth Maharatna PSU, her experience included almost 2 decades with ONGC Videsh Limited, which looks after the international business acquisitions of the ONGC, wherein she was actively associated with the path-breaking international transactions which led the company to turn around. She is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, member of the Institute of Directors, life member of the Institute of Public Administration, and academically distinguished. She is a rank holder in post-graduation in Commerce, Financial Management from the Delhi School of Economics, BCom Honours from Delhi University, Masters of Business Administration, Financial Management as well. She believes in continuous learning and has postgraduate diplomas in Human Resource Management and Financial Management as well. Speaking of her awards and accolades, she has several awards to her name, and she has exemplary contributions to the trade and the industry. In May 2022, she was recognized as a woman of exemplary courage at the Marix Maritime Women Empowerment Awards. She was awarded at the Company of Master Mariners of India and also by the National Maritime Day Celebrations Committee for being a pioneer in India's historic movement of MT Swarna Krishna, first ship with all women officers. In March 2022, she won the CEO with HR Orientation Award of the World HRD Congress for 3 consecutive years at the 28th, 29th, and 30th edition, which was for 2021-22. Besides, she was also awarded the Maritime Personality of the Year Award by the Gujarat Star Awards 2022. In addition, she has been conferred with the Maritime Personality Award of the Year 2021 at the Maritime Standard Awards, Dubai. Women in Shipping and Logistics Award 2021 at the 5th edition of India Maritime Awards. The CMD Leadership Award at the 8th PSU Award Ceremony by Governments Now Group. Mrs. H.K. Joshi has also been conferred Vista Personality of the Year 2020 and Sailor Today Seashore Awards 2019 under the category of Women of Substance. She has figured third among 9 luminaries who have been recognized as a woman of steel by Tradewinds. We need to give ma'am a huge round of applause because she does deserve it. Welcome, ma'am. I would now like to call upon stage Captain V. Ganeshyam, Secretary, the Company of Master Mariners of India, Chennai Chapter, to kindly escort Sri Jagmeet Makkad onto the stage. Welcome, sir. Speaking of Mr. Jagmeet Makkad, Mr. Jagmeet Makkad is the Institute of Marine Engineers India Chair at the Indian Maritime University and Ambassador Asia at the Baltic Expert Witness Association. He is an independent maritime arbitrator and an expert witness. His area of expertise includes charter parties, ship sale and purchase, shipbuildings and ship finance contracts in commercial shipping, as well as ship management and ship repair contract disputes. Mr. Jagmeet Makkad is a member of the Hong Kong Maritime Arbitration Group, Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Panel Arbitrator of Singapore Chamber of Maritime Arbitration, China Maritime Association Commission, Business-Related Arbitration and Mediation. Mr. Jagmeet is also a supporting member of the London Maritime Arbitrators Association and is on the list of the Hong Kong International Arbitration Centre as well. He is a fellow of the International Chamber of Shipping, RINA, IMEI and Hong Kong Institute of Arbitrators. Mr. Jagmeet is the chairman of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, Hong Kong branch and board director of Global Met and Vista Hong Kong. Kindly give a huge round of applause for him. I now request Captain Dhiren Bhatia, Vice Chairman, the Company of Master Mariners of India, Chennai Chapter, to escort Advocate Sri P.V.S. Giridhar and Advocate Mrs. Satya Rao onto the stage. Speaking of Advocate P.V.S. Giridhar, he is a lawyer practicing in the Madras High Court, besides other courts and tribunals and in the Supreme Court as well. He enrolled in the bar in the year 1987 and was a junior in the chambers of Mr. P. Jairam, Senior Counsel, till 1989. He then joined the chamber of Mr. P. Chidambaram, Senior Counsel, and Mr. Vijay Narayan, former Advocate General of Tamil Nadu. He established his own law firm, now Giridhar and Sai, in the year 1994. He is a consultant to public sector companies in the oil and gas sector, particularly ONGC, and also ECGC in export credit insurance sector. The firm specializes in corporate law, intellectual property, information technology, property, insolvency, and commercial arbitration. The firm also offers mediation services. He is a guest faculty at the Nalsar Law University and the National Police Academy, teaching intellectual property law, contracts, and arbitration. He has delivered lectures in various universities in India and abroad on a variety of legal subjects, including at the Somerville College, Oxford University, and the Brussels School of International Studies. He is an accredited mediator at the panel of the Madras High Court. He also handles corporate training in various branches of law. His varied interests include reading, music, salsa dancing, trekking, yoga, and travel. Kindly give him a huge round of applause. Coming to the beautiful lady, Mrs. Satya Rao, she completed her bachelor's in law from Ambedkar Law College and worked as a part-time lecturer in Etharaj College from 1983 to 1985. She started practicing with her father, late Mr. UNR Rao, who practiced in writ jurisdiction and intellectual property law. In 2004, she got trained as a mediator in the first ever training program in India, spearheaded by Mr. Sriram Panchu, senior advocate. After undergoing several programs, she started mediating at the Mediation Center. In 2007, she was empaneled in the Supreme Court list of mediators. She has also been training other lawyers and district judges in the skill of mediation all over the country. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for coming on stage. The stage looks beautiful with your presence. I now call upon Captain Ajay Gangadharan, Chairman, the Company of Master Mariners of India, Chennai Chapter, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Hiba. Honorable Chief Guest, Mrs. Harjeet Kaur Joshi, former Chairperson, Managing Director, and Director of Finance, Shipping Corporation of India. Our respected esteemed speakers today, Sri Jagmeet Makkar, Chairman, Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, Hong Kong Branch, and Institute of Marine Engineers, India Chair at the Indian Maritime University. Advocates Sri P.V.S. Giridhar and Mrs. Satya Rao, practicing lawyers at the Chennai Madras High Court. Dignitaries of the stage, members of the Company of the Master Mariners of India, members of the Institute of Marine Engineers India. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you, and I heartily welcome you all to this seminar organized by the Chennai chapter of the Company of Master Mariners of India. I take this opportunity to have, and I have the honor to give you a brief history of CMMI and the activities that we undertake. This seminar is part of our celebrations to commemorate our 65th annual day. CMMI was founded in 1957 by a group of master mariners and registered under the Companies Act of 1956. The Company of Master Mariners of India is a professional body representing master mariners with the purpose of developing and promoting the traditions and standards of the merchant navy in India. Today, it is the only body of its kind in India with 15 chapters across the country, 3 overseas chapters, and over 3,500 members. CMMI provides a valuable service to the seafarers in India through various activities such as conducting educational seminars, publishing books and magazines, advising and assisting the DGS, and promoting merchant navy as a career option for the youngsters. As for our objectives, there are continuous professional development of the seafarers, maximize participation in various technical bodies, advisory committee, maritime boards, etc., encourage more members for membership, and provide the members a platform to increase horizons in maritime spectrum. To provide a central consultative body to advise on all matters connected with safety and preservation of ships, passengers, seamen, and cargo. CMMI, as I said, has a membership of more than 3,500 members and is a huge think tank with abilities to provide legal assistance, evaluate and resolve any marine issues. CMMI has representation on various government and technical committees. From its headquarters in Mumbai, called the Court, and supported by the 15 chapters nationwide and 3 recently added chapters from Dubai, Singapore, and Hong Kong, we conduct various activities which include conducting technical seminars, webinars on various subjects and speakers from pan-India and overseas, assisting the administration in formulating policies. We recently launched the mentoring scheme for the deck cadets to guide them through as they progress through their professional career. We also hold the masterclass sessions periodically covering a wide spectrum of marine subjects conducted by top-notch professionals from the industry. Another of the premium program that we undertake is the Masterclass of Directors in collaboration with the prestigious Institute of Directors, New Delhi. This too was started recently, and our own Captain Bharadwaj has been a major driving force for this. Publishes an informative journal, Command Magazine, which is available on the CMMI website. We conduct online classes for the extra masters, the popularity of which has been growing steadily with many younger master mariners enrolling for the course. Extra master, as many of you would recall, was discontinued for a fairly long time. It's back again, and CMMI has a major role to get this course to the Board of Examinations for Seafarers Trust, conducting examinations for seafarers and publish related learning material on behalf of the administrations as a DGS. I've seen this from close quarters, and I must say CMMI and IMEI is doing a wonderful job out of it. As for the Chennai chapter, it came into being in early 90s, 1991. Captain Barve, who was the master of the CMMI then, used to frequent Chennai on work regularly. So during those visits, he rallied around the master mariners in Chennai to join CMMI and was instrumental in setting up this chapter. So we are almost 30 years now. Under the chairmanship of Captain Datar, the other founder members were Captain Bansal, Captain Dige, Captain S.R. Vijay Raghavan, to name a few pillars of the CMMI of the Chennai chapter of the early days. Also, of course, Captain P.B. Narayanan, Captain Bharadwaj, Captain Bangara, Captain Vivekanand, Captain Ramchandani, Captain Mida, they're all the pioneers or the early members who set up CMMI in Chennai. Many are still active members. Any organization as strong as its members, it's a constant endeavor to induct new members to make it larger and make the voices and the opinions heard in the places where it matters. So we'd definitely like to have more younger master mariners joining us. That's a bit of what we do and what we are. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Time to move on to the interesting part of what we have all gathered here for, to hear our experts speak on the theme Global Shipping Trials and Tribulations. With the panel of expert speakers, we can look forward to an interesting and informative session ahead. Thank you very much. Once again, I thank you all for taking your time off on a Friday morning and being here with us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Captain Ajay. I now call upon Captain K.N. Ramesh, Treasurer, the Company of Master Mariners, Chennai Chapter, to deliver the keynote address and set the tone for this seminar.
Mrs. Joshi, Mrs. Satyarao, Mr. Jagmeet Makar, Mr. Giridhar, senior members of the Maritime Fraternity of Chennai, colleagues from the Executive Committee of the Company of Master Mariners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On this 65th annual day of the Company of Master Mariners, we couldn't have chosen a better topic to talk about: global shipping, trials and tribulation, at least in a day and age that we are in and what we are seeing around us. Trials and tribulations, a state of pain, a cause of distress. Well, that is what global shipping is going through right now. Not just the global shipping, the affiliated industries. It's been going through for the last 2 years, and well, we can only hope, we can have our opinions that it can turn around, but unfortunately we see it lasting a little longer than a couple of years. The last couple of years have been a little turbulent, like I said, not just for the shipping industry, but the affiliated industries, but to the world at large itself. I have a little presentation to make on the global shipping, the trials and tribulations, what the industry has gone through, and how it's affected the industries around it and which depend on it. As always, shipping has weathered the storm, and the sailors showed their mettle and have stood tall in testing times. I'm sure they all come out stronger, they will come out stronger in days to come. And well, it's going to be interesting days ahead for shipping and for the seafarers who sail on the ships. I follow a British author and journalist, Mrs. Rose George, She authored a very interesting book which caught my attention some time back. It's called The 99% of Everything, that is the maritime trade. She captions shipping beautifully, and she says that it's an invisible industry, within inverted commas, invisible industry, that put clothes on your back, food on your table, and gas in your cars. How true that is. She also famously remarks on shipping as follows: there are a few industries as defiantly opaque as shipping. Even offshore bankers have not developed a system as intrinsically elusive as flag of convenience, under which ships can fly the flag of state that has nothing to do with the owner of the ship, that's got nothing to do with the cargo owner, it's got nothing to do with the crew, nor the passage she follows. What a beautiful rhyming, and what a beautiful statement to make, and how apt it is, and an absolute kickstart for a talk on trials and tribulations. Now, when we look at the trials and tribulations of what the global shipping is going through, we can't look at shipping as an isolated industry. What shipping is going through is basically an offshoot of what is happening in the larger global financial markets. Financial markets have been going through a little bit of a turbulence, not a little bit, it's quite a bit of turbulence. And it's not often that we see so many issues that the world has faced. First we had the COVID-19, which almost crippled the entire world, not just the shipping alone. Then as soon as the COVID was over, or at least we think it's over, you see the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And as if that was not all, there's an impending, or I hope it's not an impending, we see a threat of the Chinese-Taiwan issues across the Taiwan Strait. I hope it doesn't, but that's what we are staring at. The volatility in the financial markets is basically an offshoot of all of this, and how it's basically taking a toll on the global economic front is something that we will first see, and then we will see how this is affecting the shipping. Like I said, never in the recent past have we witnessed something that the world has seen. COVID-19 for 2 years, complete crippling of the world and the industries around, including the shipping, and then the Russian-Ukraine followed. This coronavirus outbreak has actually seen the global GDP dip from 2.61% in 2019 to a negative figure of 3.27% in 2020. It rallied back in 2021 with a little inertia and the momentum that the global economies generated as soon as the global, at least what we thought the COVID was over, gathered a little bit of pace and rallied to about 5.7%. But unfortunately in 2022, we've seen this rally back to 2.7%, and 23, it looks a little more bleak. It looks like the global GDP could drop down to 1.7%. You could see the significant impact this virus has had on the global financial markets and the economies. This raises the risk of stagflation with potentially harmful consequences for the middle and low income economies. When I say stagflation, it means recession due to inflation. These are new jargons that come about after the coronavirus. These are the inflation of various countries. I somehow get a feeling that just Argentina and Turkey have reported the right inflation figures. I'm sure the peaks are much taller than they appear there. But what you see in the second half of this table here is a little staggering. I mean, countries which usually don't report that high inflation is kind of rather high. And then we have the GDP of the various nations, how the GDP has moved on from 2019 where it was, showing promises, to a fallback in 2020 and then a rally in 2021. 2022 would be interesting, I'm sure. course, a point to note is that India has now overtaken UK to become the 5th largest economy behind US, China, Japan and Germany. Well, from what the finance ministry says, I think we'll even overtake some of the other economies very soon. Whether that's a talk for another day. Let's see the global overview of the shipping market. I've just given, I'll just breeze through this. I won't waste your time. This is the Baltic indexes on the dry bulk, how they are and how volatile they have been in the last one year. You see the highs and the lows, and now whether you charter a Cape vessel or a Panamax or a Supramax, they all seem to be the same. That's how volatile it's been through 17 to 22. That's the container indexes. This generally signifies what's the rate of a 40-foot container. I mean, the less said the better about the last year, where the container box freights went up to. It's been absolutely staggering. I think most of the industry is just crippled with the box rates rather than the coronavirus. Now let's see how the coronavirus actually affected the global shipping. Now, as we know, it's happened to me, it's happened to a lot of others who have been in the chartering market. Just as the coronavirus started to pick up momentum, there were ships which took cargo from China, went across to Indonesia, or came out of China, arrived at Indonesia, or certain other countries which are strict about the quarantine procedures. And they had to wait at anchorage for almost 14 days for them to complete the 14 days quarantine period before even an agent could board the ship to clear the vessel inwards. So 14 days a vessel lying in anchorage, earning not a single dollar, was a crime. And this is what the world saw for almost 2 years. It still happens in some places. I mean, every other day China wakes up and says, okay, this particular river port, vessels coming out of Indonesia cannot enter this river port, or funny things like that. But shipping has been coping up. Ports were closed. Some of the ports, I mean, I remember this incident where we loaded a consignment of coal for a riverine port in China. And after we completed loading, the port was declared shut. Now, where do we go with this cargo, and what do we do with this cargo? So these were kind of issues that came over. It's just not us, but most of the people in this industry face this. And then, as though this was not enough, you see the Russia-Ukraine war. The Russia-Ukraine war is not only sending commodity prices soaring, but also disrupting operations to the global shipping industry. This has already slowed international trade and can hurt prospects of quicker global economic recovery from the pandemic. We are seeing that. We've seen the GDP drop to 2% or thereabouts, and it's going to further drop to about 1.61% next year. It's not a very bright sight, but well, we'll have to see. It's going to be interesting the next couple of years. The biggest disruption has been in the Black Sea and the European hinterland. I know it for certain because we operate as Martred, we operate a couple of berths, 5 berths in Odessa, and we are completely out of business there. Ukraine was the gateway for the breadbasket of Europe. The Central Asian republics produce all the grain which is exported out of Ukraine, which is completely shut off now. The steels from Ukraine have stopped coming. Now this the sanctions on Russia and struggle in Ukraine have created a demand of certain commodities like grain and steel. So this had to be substituted from elsewhere. And due to the war, the focus of European countries that were importing steel products from Ukraine has shifted to other countries like India. Well, India has dumped a lot of steel in some of the European markets. And as a result, you see most of the ships going to the European markets. European ports, major ports of Europe, have to wait, and some of the ships are waiting for about 20 to 30 days to get a berth. Container ships are even worse, I believe. Now, the knockdown effect of the oil industry. the prices of oil increased sharply with the major oil benchmarks such as the West Texas Intermediate, showing an increase from USD 92 per barrel to about $115 a barrel in just a matter of 10 days. So if I was a person who has booked a cargo from point A to point B, assuming that the bunker prices would be $100, and actually when I go physically to buy the bunkers, if it is $200, you can imagine my plight. I mean, that's what's happened to most of the ship owners, most of the operators. Ship owners could face it, but operators really, it's got a huge knockdown effect on the operators. Especially when the bunker prices constitute to 30 to 40% of the ocean freight. Saudi, this is an interesting one. Saudi Arabia's import of Russian oil. It's always been happening, but stranger things have happened in life. But I haven't seen something more stranger than this, Saudi importing oil from Russia. Now, Saudi Arabia runs its, before I get to that, I think, Saudi Arabia between April and June 2022, they imported about 647,000 metric tons of Russian oil, and this is like about 320,000 gallons more than they did same time last year, 2021. Now, Saudi uses oil for its power grid energy generation, and especially in this Saudi summers, the consumption of oil in Saudi is about 600,000 barrels a day. And in winters, it's about 300,000 barrels per day. Now, they have taken advantage of the cheaper Russian oil and preserved their oil for exports. So, I mean, like I said earlier, stranger things have happened, but none more stranger than this. Now, we dealt on this, the bunker prices. Effect of Russia-Ukraine turmoil on the bunker prices. Now, price of very low sulfur fuel, which is what is used today in most of the marine ships, merchant ships. The price of very low sulfur fuel oil in Singapore increased from $752 per metric ton to about $1,030.5 a metric ton. You can imagine how much of an impact it would have had on the freight per metric ton. Now it looks like it's stabilizing there or thereabouts at $700 per metric ton, but we'll have to wait and watch how it's going to go further. Now, we have another threat in front of us, the China-Taiwan relationship. Nancy Pelosi has done us no favor by going there. It's only created more confusion. Half of the global fleet transit this Taiwan Straits. In fact, Taiwan uses the same Taiwan Strait to export 40% of its produce into China. And China in turn uses all the raw material or the semi-finished goods from Taiwan to make sure that they export 32% of their finished products out of these straits. Now, if something happens there, that would be catastrophic. Now, what I understand and what I read from reports is the Chinese government is actually visiting the trawlers, fishing trawlers, and in fact they have I don't know, Mr. Jagmeet could verify this fact, but apparently they have installed arms and armaments and fishing trawlers which would flood the Taiwan Straits in case there's an issue that breaks out there. And can you imagine the Chinese fishing vessels turning out to become men of war? A lot of funny things happening around the globe, but apparently this is one such. And if something happens in this region, you can imagine the knockdown effect that would have on the global shipping. The cost of global supply chains due to any conflicts would be quite large, and we are not even going into the potential cost of the conflict itself. Now, how did this all affect the seafarers? The poor guys, they still have to man the ships. They still have to sail the oceans. They still have to make sure that the trade continues. All these, I mean, during the pandemic, I mean, we've all been a witness to this. Seafarers, getting them off the ships and getting them on board the ships was a huge challenge. I mean, Colombo was used as a transit hub where crew were changed, and it caused a lot of pain, not just to the sailors on board, but to the families to their families ashore. And despite all of this, the cargo ships still continue to operate, thanks to the continued service of the seafarers. The bright spot, if I could call it, was IMO finally decided to recognize sailors and the impact that they've had, or the kind of importance they showed during this pandemic. Seafarers, I mean, apparently IMO on the 30th of September 2021, on the World Maritime Day, IMO headquarters was lit in blue as part of an effort to highlight seafarers' role and their core role in shipping and its future. And I believe it's going to become a practice. Every 30th of September is going to be commemorated as, I mean, the IMO headquarters is going to be lit in blue as a tribute to the seafarers. I wish the owners had increased the pay packages also. The pandemic and the global crisis have provided special opportunity to rethink maritime transport policy and practices to benefit seafarers, global economy, and the environment. Of course, these are all as afterthoughts. I mean, these are important to consider. In times of a pandemic or a similar global emergency, strategic priorities may overlap or vary across countries, obviously. However, it is important that policies governing public health and public policy are coordinated to the fullest extent possible to avoid unnecessary socio-economic risks and impacts. The global crisis demands an urgent reconsideration of transport and its contribution to the post-crisis economic recovery. Now, to sum it up, and to quote William Arthur Ward, we can only say the pessimist complains about the wind, the optimist expects it to change, but the realist adjusts his wind, adjusts to the sails. Well, we can all hope for the best, and we can hope for a better future in the maritime trade and for the sailors that sail on the ships. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain Ramesh, for sharing your insights. We truly had a kickstart to this beautiful session. To organize this event, we needed the backing of the industry, and we are happy to be well supported. On behalf of the organizing committee of the CMMI Chennai Chapter, I thank all our sponsors. ABS Marine Services Private Limited, Academy of Maritime Education and Training, Autotrans Maritime Services Private Limited, Captain K. Vivekanand, Dynacom Tankers Management Private Limited, Fleet Management Limited, Hindustan Institute of Maritime Training, Maersk Training India, Marine Consultants and Surveyors Private Limited, Maritime Foundation, Martrade Group, Masa Maritime Academy Chennai, MOL Shipping India Private Limited, MSC Crewing Services Private Limited, Nautis Shipping India Private Limited, Optio Marine Private Limited, Solvamine Solutions and Technology Private Limited, Sunav Ship Management Private Limited, Synergy Maritime Private Limited, Talk Pro, the Sanmar Group, Trust Asset Management Private Limited, Vriddhi Maritime Private Limited, Anglo-Eastern Ship Management India Private Limited, Parekh Group, and the Sri Chakra Charitable Trust. Can we please give a huge round of applause to all our sponsors? Now I open the floor to hear it from our eminent speakers and dignitaries seated over here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an extended question and answer session, so I request you all to listen keenly and note down all your questions, and we will have all your questions answered by the end of the session. Thank you so much for your cooperation. I now invite Mr. Jagmeet Makkad, Chairman of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, Hong Kong branch, and Institute of Marine Engineers, India Chair at the Indian Maritime University, to kindly make his presentation on the topic Future of Globalization and Impact on Shipping. The stage is all yours, sir.
Thank you, Heba. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me. Ajay, Rameshji, everyone, thank you so much. And ma'am, what a pleasure. And all my co-speakers, thank you so much. And each one of you for coming here and listening to me after such a fantastic presentation by Rameshji. I think the second part of my presentation has already been taken care of, the impact on shipping part. A lot has been said about it. So I'm going to focus more as an economist and a geopolitical analyst, looking at the global economy. So before I start, I want to have the show of hands. How many of you think globalization is peaked? That it's only going to come down and maybe die down? Anyone who thinks globalization has peaked, can you raise your hand? 1, okay, 2, 3. एक दूसरे को देख देख कर हाथ खड़ा कर रहे हैं. Can I have from your heart? I am one of those who says globalization has peaked, but definitely it's not going to die down. It's just gone to the green room to change clothes. All right, so let's proceed with this one. I'm not going to talk more about it. I've got mediators coming after me to speak, and I am the arbitrator and recently done my mediation course. So, okay. Have you heard of Jean Dixon? Anyone? So what was the forecast she made? A young person will become the President of the United States of America and he will be assassinated. Kennedy. All right? But she also forecasted that the world is going to come to an end a few years ago, but that didn't happen. So what I mean to say, why I put it here is, I may make some forecast, but her second forecast didn't come true, so don't believe me what I'm going to say. All right? So the gist of today's, this works, right? Can you switch this on? Hello? You can hear me. All right. So, people right at the back, can you hear me? All right, great. So, hi Neil. So globalization as we have known it to be is under a lot of pressure, or some may even say it is dead. These are not the words. So these are not the words that I have used. During Davos, some of these words were being used. It was only Geeta Gopinath who was not in favor of this, but there were other people from World Bank and IMF, and there were some critics over there, they were using such language. COVID, as Captain covered very well, disruption in supply chains. When you think about what happened in the US, especially the containers getting stuck up, tariffs, Donald Trump and the China part, lockdowns, and to hit the nail on the head, the geopolitical events, for example, the Russia-Ukraine war, new economy pacts, and then of course you got new regional geopolitical hotspots. You know what I mean, Nancy, right? Ms. Pelosi, what was the need to do what she did? Absolutely no need to go there and create the problem, right? And now you are asking a Hong Kong resident, person who lives there under the eyes of all that, to tell you whether in the fishing trawlers what is happening. That's not fair, right? And the others say that globalization is here to stay because it is imperative for the world prosperity. On one side we say 99% is shipping, is the invisible. What is the ship going to carry? It's a derived demand. It's going to carry the stuff that people want, the trade. And trade is happening from one place to the other, so many so-called ton miles. It's all because of globalization. Do we think it's going to just vanish? Absolutely no way, it cannot happen. We have got used to it. We have got absolutely used to it. It is irresistible. It cannot be reversed. So globalization will continue. So many mouths to feed and billions aspiring for a better life. The demand in terms of tons may continue to increase. It has to. But the ton miles from the shipping perspective may be affected. But the ton miles can always be affected by regionalization. See, on the 24th of January, I think it was 2019, in the Economic Times, a word was used, it is called globalization. That was the first time Economic Times used that word, globalization. Yes, that can happen. The numbers that you showed about GDP coming down and slowly slipping, but that's temporary. There are so many factors governing that. And then when we talk about supply chains, I'm just jumping the gun looking at the time constraint. We are talking about supply chains, we are talking about, oh, just in time makes no sense, it should be just in case. Let's have some padding, let's have the warehouses, let's keep the inventory. What happens if the suppliers don't supply? Mind you, we got very short memory. The moment things become okay and one guy is again going and doing the same thing what he used to do earlier, everybody else will follow. So that just in case will become just in time. The focus would be back to Adam Smith, David Ricardo, Heckscher, Olin theories of trade. We will just go back there. That's how the world works. Cost will continue to be a major factor. Low cost, of course, with some effect with regards to value as people go more and more into ESG part of it. All right, the more responsible value service chains. So they will definitely have an effect. These are the new clothes that I am talking about. The question is, will it be a different kind of globalization that is not just cheapest cost or cost efficiency, but one that is grounded in security? This is Geeta Gopinath in an interview with Rahul from India Today. I went to the transcript, copied it from there because I loved it. She makes so much sense. Will it be different kind of globalization that is not just driven by the cheapest cost or cost efficiency, but the one that is grounded in security, reliability, partnership, and transacting with those who believe in ESG, who believe in the environment, care for the environment, social well-being, and good governance. I think that is the change which is going to happen, the way we look at the world, the way we do it. Whether we are forced to do it, shipping, ship finance, we are being forced to do it. Poseidon principles. Follow it or else. Go and pay 3 times more margins over your so-called LIBOR which is not there. All right, or whatever the index is there. More questions than answers. It's not an easy topic. And thinking generates more questions than answers. It generates very strong emotions and reactions. What are the examples? Anytime you have these leaders getting together, you have so many people on the street against globalization. Those are the strong emotions which are generated. You ask the same people, what's the alternative? Leftist approach? What is the alternative? There's no other alternative. We have got used to it now. In my mind, I'm clear about one thing. globalization is here to stay, albeit with a different makeover. You look at all that, it is irreversible, imposed versus adopted, ingrained, national security issues, population growth, positive and negative. So let's look at some of them later after this slide. You showed about shipping, market, etc. It's only because of the globalization that you're talking about 30% of the global GDP, which is $28.5 trillion of trade which has happened in 2021. And the total global GDP, if you just divide 28.5 by 0.3, would be around $94 trillion. So that's the amount of trade. We are breaking records as far as the global trade is concerned. Mind you, it is not just goods and services we are talking about. We are talking about the entire global trade. We are talking about data, information, number of things, your IP, etc. All that is counted. So what is the alternative to below? The flow of goods, services, people, and capital will continue across the border and increasingly encompass once isolated parts of the world. Go and tell someone down there in the tribal areas, you see, we had globalization, we had a lot of fun, we could eat whatever we wanted, but we don't want it for you. That doesn't work. So the same aspirations would be there for that human being too. Google translation, I hope it is correct. I wanted to translate kahin ka eat, kahin ka roda, Bhanumati ne kunba joda. But I don't know how to put it on Google, kahin ka eat, kahin ka roda. What I mean to say is, this is the Boeing. Look at the number of countries involved in making that one aeroplane. You look at your Apple and see the phone that you have, all the parts, hundreds of them, many of them are built in different countries. That's all because of globalization. So we really need to think how we are going to say that there won't be any globalization. I'm happy just 2-3 people raised their hands. I'm very happy. But at least those 2-3 people are there to challenge us the way we think about globalization and what we need to do. The one thing that I hate about globalization is the Western countries taking us for granted. Western countries trying to maintain their own, I'm not talking like a leftist, please. Western countries trying to maintain their trade barriers and asking everybody else through their so-called, not ED please, through their IMFs and the World Bank, you need to reduce your trade barriers. So there are issues with globalization. I'm not saying they are not. There are issues. So perceived pleasures, globalization, economic benefits, growth of the countries. India case, I've used the figure of 2021 and compared it with 1991. 12x, 270 billion in 1991. And we just became the 5th largest economy, right? So one thing is there, I don't want to get into the nominal GDP and the PPP, so that makes it a little difficult how you present your numbers, but ma'am would know that, how things change when you're doing the numbers. So now it's about 3.17 trillion. And who's the next? Germany is 3.88 trillion. Do you think it's far? I don't think so. If we start focusing on our country, rather than being on the road and doing all this bhashanbaji, I think we will get there very soon. Low cost will continue to be the king. That's very important. Increased focus on the value-based economy that Geeta Gopinath so rightly mentioned. So it's exactly the same words which I used earlier. And the low-cost goods for the consumer. Everybody has the fundamental right to have access to all those things. Services, data, information, intellectual property, increasing share in globalization, it is happening through these non-tangible things, which is extremely important. What are the perceived pains? Some of them I mentioned. Unequal growth, unequal share of the benefits, Western focused, one-way traffic, using tools to force you to do things. Think Sri Lanka, think Pakistan, think Bangladesh, think many of these countries, Kenya. Thank God Kenyatta decided to say that, sorry China, we don't want your so-called debt. Otherwise, there are countries where the debt is 93% of the GDP, and 90% of that debt is Chinese. So things can be extremely tough and difficult. Serious trade barriers, an imbalance between rich and poor nations, and poor implementation, one size fits all. I mean, that doesn't work. Give space, give time to the countries to evolve. Go slow, but steadily, on strong foundations, strong growth. Unbridled growth that has impacted our environment. Look what is happening in the world. And here again the same thing. You guys did all that, so-called industrial revolution. After that, tens and tens of years, you are enjoying the benefit. When rest of the world, 2/3 of the world, where the per capita pollution is just a little bit, you don't want that to happen. But of course, we also would not like to damage the environment. But the pressures are there. We have to keep that in mind. Increasing fragmentation in terms of blocks based on geopolitics. This is the most worrying part, especially after the Russian and Ukraine thing, what has happened, and China. If the world is going to go back to the same Cold War, if the world is going to go back to this blocks and then regional approach and protracted trades, I think that could affect globalization quite a lot. And then, very interesting, who said this? Okay, let's start with, I'm coming back to the economics, mass of destruction weapons. So first, Geeta Gopinath. I think globalization only based on trade to happen, only because it's cheap to source, is dead or will be dead soon. So she's absolutely right. If we are just going to be thinking David Ricardo type of textbook globalization, looking for the land, labor, capital, just based on that, then there is a problem. But if you are going to look broadly and making sure that we move in that value-added, value-based stuff, things would be different. And he is the gentleman who said that. Former RBI Governor Raghuram Rajan refers the sanctions as economic weapons of mass destruction. If the sanctions are used too widely, they could reverse the process of globalization. How many people agree with Raghuram? Okay, that's good, that's nice. Very true. Just because the SWIFT was invented by someone, that system, because, hey, you're a bad boy, you're not following what I tell you, gone SWIFT. You can't do anything. Anyone, his father, great-grandfather, I'm talking about the business relationship, third or fourth contractual party having any little bit of issue, connection with the sanctioned country, it's a big problem. It's an environment of fear that we are living in. And now the countries are thinking, what happens if this happens to me? So the focus is shifting to protect yourself. So that's another very, very important part. I'm going to just give you a little bit from this. I moderated this session where it was the International Chamber of Shipping, and I had the head of APEC, ASEAN, then also the Minister of Trade from Singapore, then Maritime Port Authority, etc., and also the CEO of Ocean Network Express, Jeremy Dixon. The main topic there was the protectionism in maritime nations, economies. It's not just the tariff. Tariffs are a very small part. It's the trade policies which is creating more problem. And that protection, if it was to be reduced by just half of what it is today, you look at different countries, how much GDP impact it is going to have on the GDP. So these are 4 scenarios. If you are interested, anyone who is interested in the presentation or the material that I am talking about here, just drop me an email. I'll be very, very happy to share it. So scenario 1 basically talks about 50% reduction in the prime score. What is the prime score? Let me quickly show it to you, tell you what's the prime score. Protectionism in maritime economics is the prime index, and that index, different countries will have the score. And India, we are here. Again, this is more influenced by the Western mindset, no doubt about it. But at least there is some effort which is being made. Some effort which is being made looking at your inward looking in your trade policies. No harm bringing or keeping your national security as top. No harm with made in USA or make in India. All the strategic things must be made in the country. But at the same time, if every country looks at it like that, then we might as well sell all the ships that we have. You know, that could be a problem. That's the impact on shipping, that we are going to have problem. First of all, if you're going to have regionalization of trade, the regionalization means all these 22, 24,000 TEU ships that you have made, they are for long hauls. And if you're not going to have long hauls, then you might as well be happy with 4,000 and 8,000 or 9,000 TEU ships. So that's a very, very important point to remember. And if everybody is going to close the doors, that's again is going to have big impact on the shipping. So the challenges to globalization, readjustment. Serious efforts in diversifying sourcing and move towards nearshoring. I am not in favor of onshoring. I'm not saying you start manufacturing everything within your own country. Nearshoring is fine. You don't want to depend on China. India doesn't want to depend on China, fine. We make ourselves, plus we have some relatively better nearby places where we can have manufacturing done. Same thing with US. Move out of China, that they are moving out already. Then you got Vietnam, Bangladesh, Thailand, various places you have. That's the nearshoring. Building more resiliency into the supply chain. I think that is the most important. That is the key. That is the most important key. That when the disruptions happen, that you are able to sustain your business, you are able to sustain things. And the short term we will see move from JIT to JIC, just in time to just in case. Don't cut everything too short, because things can go wrong. You can have a lockdown in Shanghai, yeah? So that could be a problem. Preparedness for shocks, building inventories, less efficient systems but reliable systems. But again, here with a caveat, when things become okay, everybody will forget this. We will go back to the same old rut, running after the most cost efficient and competing and telling people all the Harvard educates what to do, how to make money. You know, so, or rather they will tell us. All right. Challenges to globalizations, rude shocks, trade constriction, that's very important. These things already Captain Ramesh mentioned. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Let's, for heaven's sake, stop talking about deglobalization. Let's stop talking about the whole world is coming to an end. Globalization is not going anywhere, all right? But there would be some changes which would be required. So for future, the drivers for the future would be the economic logic. So far it will make sense to get cheaper things for everyone, like the IKEA logo. What is it? Can anyone tell me the vision statement of IKEA? Today I'm not carrying chocolates in my pocket to give. Okay. IKEA. For many people, something of that sort? Yeah? We will do some, you do some, and we'll keep it cheap. Right? So you take the baksa and assemble it, and there you are. Demographics. This is so very important. The younger generation with aspirations, 25-year-olds. Look at so-called dark continent, Africa. The average age, the young people, my own country, look at India. Young, they've got their dreams. They want to live life. They want to have everything. You think they are going to allow you to deglobalize? No way. Rise of global public goods. Now this is extremely important. What's good for the globe? You're talking about environment, you're talking about social, proper governance. So that's extremely important, right? People are going to be, are rather getting more and more aware of it. The populist backlash from both right and left, that is going to happen. Both of them will find globalization to be troublesome, but they have no solution. They have no other alternative, only talk. Containing and eliminating global terrorism. This is absolutely important because all the efforts, energy, focus is getting wasted there. And the issue is intensifying the rivalry between US and China. That's a problem. So the long-term policy and institutional implications. This is from a very beautiful paper which I have given the link here. When you get the presentation, please read it. It's a from the CH Development Organization, fantastic research paper, and it talks about reconciling globalization with national security. Very important, needs to be done. Trade, widening the aperture. You really need to be a broad-based thing. Migration, that's a very big problem, but can be handled, can be tackled. It's not because of globalization that is happening. And then helping capital flow and global architecture for GPGs. GPGs are necessary, but how to apply it across all the nations. When we talk about decarbonization, when you talk about all that, so how everybody can contribute towards it. And the final words, now this is just to give you, this is a very interesting part, disruption, magnitude, frequency and ability to anticipate. Here you are also talking about the solar eruptions, we are talking about meteors, anything can happen. Can you anticipate? Very difficult that to happen. But then you have various things, global military conflict, trade dispute, local military conflict. So we are seeing very often that is happening. And here it gives the probability. So what we call in finance is the probability of default and then loss given default. In insurance it's the same thing, right? So this is how we look at it. So final words, death of globalization, no, right? Globalization, yes. Recovery depends upon rolling back some of the non-strategic protectionism policies. We need to be a bit careful. Otherwise, it will not be that when you're cutting a tree that by mistake you have put the axe on your foot. You're actually looking around for the axe. Hello axe, where are you? I want to put my foot on top of it. This is exactly what is going to happen there. Regionalization, strongly yes, because it affects the ship sizes and distances. Opportunities, definitely. Disruptions are good. Disruptions will help inspire a new era of supply chain management characterized by even greater productivity and enhanced resiliency. And with that, thank you very much.
How many of you thought that Sir was completely on fire? I'm sure all of you did, so please give him a louder round of applause. Passion in your words, okay. After Sir's amazing speech, I now request Mrs. Satya Rao to come up on stage and give a presentation on the topic mediation as a form of dispute resolution, win-win mode. Welcome ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Good morning. Can you all hear me? Audible? Okay. First of all, thank you, Company of Master Mariners, for having invited me here to give you this speech on mediation. And for the rest of the people who are with me in giving various speeches, thank you. It was good to listen to Mr. Jagmeet Makar and Captain Ramesh. Now I have to speak about mediation as the topic chosen. Where there is conflict over a period of time, it progresses to a dispute. And where there is a dispute, to resolve the dispute, for a long time, the parties have been going to court. And that led to the courts getting overloaded with cases all over India. And they were not having a mechanism, they needed a mechanism to deal with this. So much before mediation came in, there were other forms. One of the earliest forms of dispute resolution was arbitration, as everyone knows, and many of you in the shipping company and other corporate worlds have been dealing with arbitration. But then came in the year 2000, with the backlog of cases, 1999 actually, Section 89 was introduced by the CPC for other forms of alternate dispute resolution, mediation being one of them. Now, the basis of mediation, people often, when you talk mediation, they think meditation, and then we have to tell them, no, this is mediation. We try to be calm during mediation. So, the basis of this mediation is actually derived from the old panchayat system that was there in our villages and various little villages, and as a form of dispute resolution. There too, that form of dispute resolution was more adversarial, because there will be a village head, people disputing or whatever was not going right as per the society will be called before the village head, and he will try to resolve the dispute. But he would actually give a solution, right? In mediation, so that was the basis, okay? And then this idea was reformulated, of course, United States. They do everything from basmati rice to turmeric to mediation to dispute resolution, everything comes from there. We learn from them. And they formulated this system into a very slightly different format of dispute resolution, which helped the courts, because with economy, commerce, globalization, more disputes, more problems, every time we are trying to move ahead, we are held back 2 steps, 1 step forward, 2 steps backward. We needed something where people could come in and resolve their disputes. And the courts were not able to deal with this amount of cases. Every time we see, they give us a list of so many cases, our backlog, so many backlog cases. Cases go on for years. If it's a partition dispute, a family dispute, think of it. Next 20 years you're in court, the people who actually filed the case are no more, then you have to bring in the legalists, a lot of technicality involved. They decided that, okay, our old panchayat system, we'll refurbish it, we'll present it as mediation as a form of dispute resolution. Now, dispute resolution, once it came in by 2005, the first in Tamil Nadu, the Chennai Mediation Center was set up. It was the first of the kind in this country, and it was introduced. After that, ADR became, mediation in ADR became a kind of favorite dispute resolution, because you could it's a you could refer all kinds of cases. I will tell you a little later what type of cases can be referred to mediation, what cannot be referred. So, in the beginning, the courts could refer a case for mediation only at the time of framing issues. Then with passage of time, we moved a little further, and we said when you file the case, you can refer the case to mediation. So now what's happening in some of our cases, the courts, the minute a case is filed, they're sending it to the mediation center. Now what exactly happens in mediation? Mediation is a voluntary process by which the parties, the two parties, come before the mediator. The mediator is a neutral person who facilitates in the dialogue exchange between both the parties. The mediator is not a judge. The mediator does not give a finding. The parties come before the mediator in their own words, present the case to the mediator. So, what we don't even get the case papers that are filed, what comes to the mediation center is just the order from the court to say so and so has been appointed as mediator and these are the parties who are to be present. So we have to hear the whole story from the parties. That's when we come to know what the actual dispute is about. And what happens in mediation? The judges don't have time to sit with the parties. The judges don't have time to discuss with the parties what is happening. So when we listen to the parties, our training is slightly different. When you're a lawyer, you tend to probe. If you've ever consulted a lawyer, before you even get, as you're narrating your case details to him, he will butt in with 100 different questions because his mind is already working. How much more to complicate it? I'm being a lawyer myself, and apologies to all the lawyers here, but I have to be honest. How much more to complicate it? How big to make my bill? What other forms of defense mechanism is there for you? How will I oppose it? Because for every case that comes before him, there are 10 solutions that he can offer you. He'll leave you thoroughly puzzled that next time when you call him to ask him what's up with your case, you'll be worried what other new idea he'll come up with. Whereas in mediation, we look at the underlying interests. Point number 1, why the dispute arose. Point number 2, how best can we resolve it? We will ask the parties, so what do you think is the solution? We engineer everything from the parties to present the case in their own words. Then what is the solution? How can we arrive at a solution where a solution that is mutually acceptable to both the parties? That they are happy with the end result. I had a case, I must narrate this. There was a lawyer next to whose house a 5-star hotel was being built. Will any of you object to a 5-star hotel being built next to your house? I wouldn't. But would any of you? The lawyer, when they started the construction, a portion of his compound wall got damaged. So what does he do? First instance, go to City Civil Court, get a bare act injunction against the construction. The hotel owner, this is a case that actually happened. The hotel owner came forth, he needed his construction to go on. He apologized to the lawyer, he needed the injunction to be vacated. He said, sir, I will rebuild your construction. I will rebuild your wall for you. The lawyer was happy, he got a new wall, compound wall. And he said, I shouldn't see any more cracks in my property. The construction went on. After a further stage, some more cracks in the lawyer's property because it's a 5-star hotel, they're putting up 4 floors. His foundation was getting damaged. Lawyer back to court, bare act injunction, stop construction, you cannot construct. The hotel owner comes back, of course he's had a very good advocate who said go there and apologize, he's a lawyer, we're not even going to court. So he apologized, they redid his foundation for him and also took an undertaking in future any cracks, hotel owner will repair it. So with this kind of an arrangement it went on, that case came up for mediation. The lawyer had claimed some 80 lakhs or 85 lakhs and as damages and whatnot. So I had to get the hotel owner also to come. Hotel owner was completely puzzled as to what mediation was. He thought he had to pay the money across the table. I had to convince him. He came, had a dialogue. And we have in mediation, there are 2-3 processes. Process number 1, all the parties will sit together. That's a joint sitting. Process number 2 is confidentiality, where we sit with each party individually, discussing with them how best to resolve the dispute. And we also ensure confidentiality, but we tell them, is there anything we can discuss with the other side to resolve the dispute? So that was process number 2. In process number 2, because the hotel owner was agreeable to whatever, I mean his hotel was reaching the end of its construction, he didn't want to deal with these kind. He says, ma'am, I've paid this for the compound wall, I've paid this for the foundation, this is what is there. I spoke to the house owner who was an advocate. I told him, sir, you're a very lucky person. He looked at me like I've really lost my mind. He said, lucky for what? My compound wall is broken, my foundation is gone. I said, but sir, they repaired everything for you, I'm sure they would have done a good job. I said, you're a very lucky person because you've got a 5-star hotel coming near your house. How many of us can have a 5-star hotel? The first thing I would have done if I was in your place is become friendly with this guy. Tomorrow any house guests come, take a discount from him to put them there. Okay, you can arrange your meals from them. Their kitchen is like your kitchen. None of us have that luxury, I said. So the first thing you should have done, sir, is apart from all these injunctions that you filed, you mean to say I was wrong? I said, no, you're very right in filing these injunctions, but now that you got your position secure, why don't we work the other way with him? You become friendly with him. He's ready to pay you. He says he's paid up this much money. How much of this can you reduce, sir? Because he's done this, you cannot make him double pay. But I suggest you be pally with him, sir, because these are all the advantages. I listed it out for him. Maybe sometimes you could use their laundry also. Madras has water shortage. They'll buy the water. You can clean your clothes. It's a wonderful scheme, I told him. Mutually, you have to be beneficial. So I think somewhere it clicked with the lawyer. He brought down his claim dramatically. After claiming some 80 lakhs or something, he settled for some 15 or 16 lakhs. 8 lakhs draft for him, 8 lakhs draft for his wife. That is their tax problem issues. I said, okay, fine. So this is how I actually resolved this problem. I called the hotel owner. I said, you have rightfully or wrongfully bought a property right next to a lawyer. In future, on a road in which a lawyer lives, I suggest don't invest. Just even down the road. Okay? Now, your claim has been brought down. You shall forever be his dasi. Okay? Because on what other grounds? So I suggest both of you, now that you've got together and you're living right, you're going to be running your business right next to where he is living, suggest you become friends. No further negotiation, just pay the gentleman what he wants, keep him happy forever. So that's how I resolved that matter. When I saw the lawyer the first day when it was given to me, I thought, my God, why are they asking me to mediate? Why am I the unlucky mediator to work with a lawyer? You know, because immediately, so what happens in mediation? We look at the underlying reason. People are hurt. People come to court. You know, in the old days, they'll say, Courtla Pathakla. Even now, when somebody, you know, from the Mofusal or anything, going to court against him is like the biggest insult he is suffering. You see, and then he thinks, Courtla Pathakla. They always say they could have spoken to me. But you cannot go across to speak to somebody when you're already in a state of turmoil, when you're already having allegations against each other. People don't communicate with each other. So what is now the court doing? Court is sending them to the mediation center, saying, I can see this case can get resolved, go to the mediation center. Mediation center is the only place where both the people can talk to each other, resolve their dispute, peace and harmony. There is no question of appeal from any case that is resolved in mediation. I do not want to talk about arbitration. Mr. Giridhar is there, and you people know, having had your cases in arbitration, there is no question of appeal in mediation. And if it's a court-referred mediation, 7% of your court fee is refunded to you, having resolved it at the mediation center. And it brings about a lot of good feelings. In most cases, litigation, there is non-disclosure of information. One more illustration is there. A person went to a lawyer, it was a matrimonial matter, told the lawyer all his problems. Lawyer drafted the first petition to court, called his client and asked him to read it. He read it. Once he started reading it, he was very sad, he was miserable. So the lawyer said, what happened? Everything that you told me, I put it here in draft form, I want you to see the draft. He said, sir, after reading your petition, I realize how much I've been abused. So that says everything, right? Each lawyer, when they come for mediation, I invite the lawyers with a lot of respect, a lot of affection, because they are the ones I need with me to resolve a dispute. A lawyer can throw the axe in the mediation proceeding. So I need the lawyers on my side. But what happens? Over there, when you're talking to them, it's only when you talk to the parties do you understand the underlying interest and what is the agenda, why have they filed the case. You know, is half the half the parties don't even know why the case has been filed. Recently one case has been filed for divorce by a girl. The husband's lawyer has filed restitution of conjugal rights. They come to the mediation center just as recent as last week, and the husband says, I need a divorce, I can't live with her. I said, but your petition was for restitution of conjugal rights. That means you want to live with her. I don't know this petition and all that. My lawyer filed it. The lawyer tells me that he is trying to get them back together. You know, so what are they doing? They're making a mess of the litigation. Another thing about mediation is all facts the mediator will get, because we relearn in mediation. Apart from probing is not what we do, listening is a great skill that we have. We ask, why is the dispute? I do not know the reason, so we start listening. And when we listen, we paraphrase and tell the client, please let me know if I'm on the right track. And then the client is there to help us with facts. And so what we are actually doing, it's a kind of a balanced negotiation. We are negotiating, whatever it is, whether it's a monetary negotiation or a negotiation on emotions, whatever we are negotiating. And the mediator is the only passage of communication between the parties. You know, we tell them, whatever it is, you talk to me. Because we don't want them to come there and start fighting. We want to keep the whole atmosphere full of peace and harmony. There's no hierarchy in mediation. Our tables are all circular to say we are all on the same level. The mediator does not give orders like a high court judge. We are there to just negotiate the dispute, but we provide structures and give them the assistance so that we are within the legal framework. If two people from the mafia come and say we decided to do away with the Prime Minister of this country, we are not going to mediate that matter. Seriously, because that's illegal, no illegal act. Okay, and any case, what are the cases that cannot be referred to mediation are most all criminal cases which require a trial. But the criminal aspect of a divorce case can be referred to mediation. Any case that is against public policy, that public interest litigation, where a number of people are involved, you cannot call them all and make them sit at the mediation center. And parties which, you know, criminal cases where there's criminal trial involved, and cases regarding election to public offices, that is not referred to the mediation center. But apart from that, all civil matters can be referred to the mediation center, which will include matrimonial cases, property matters, cases between insurer and insured, commercial arbitration is there now, manufacturing defects, consumer court cases that goes for lack of service is not discharged, can be referred to the mediation center. All those cases can be referred to the mediation center. You know, disputes between tenant and landlord, invariably landlord does not arrive at the mediation center. With great difficulty we get the landlords to come to the mediation center. And in matrimonial cases, in matrimonial cases, we can cover everything that comes under the umbrella. For that matter, in any case, we can cover all the other aspects. Recently, there was a case between a son and his father. Father wants the son to vacate from the property. Son has built the superstructure. Father doesn't want him there. I have the father's lawyer talking to me about merits of the case and how she'll argue that in court and everything else, and referring to the son as a squatter. Then I had to point out to her that the son is a legal heir. He is not a squatter on the property. So all these issues, then I was corrected by the lawyer to say that I can't deal with that, because you know, it doesn't come under. Then I had to tell her this is an offshoot. So any offshoot of a civil matter can also be referred in to mediation. And one thing I want to tell you, that in mediation, I'll take up 2 minutes extra, the power of apology is there. Apology is a great thing. You make one party apologize to another party, they do it to save the relationship. It's not an ego thing. When you apologize truly and sincerely, I assure you the matter can be resolved. So I would end by saying that a lean compromise is much better than a fat lawsuit. Thank you.
Those were some beautiful insights from Advocate Mrs. Satya Rao. Ma'am, I must appreciate your presentation. I am a fan of that mediation and meditation photo. So great job on your creativity. I now invite Advocate Shri P.V.R. Sridhar to come up on stage and to make his presentation on the same topic, mediation as a form of dispute resolution, win-win mode.
Thank you, Iba. Members of the Company of Master Mariners of India, my fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have the slides, please? Give me a minute, please. Yeah. Sorry, I already gave them my laptop. Some mess up. Excuse me. So before my slides come on, Ms. Satya Rao has beautifully captured what mediation is all about, and you would have realized by now that mediation is a very good and economical way of resolving disputes. Particularly, I would say it's more appropriate for the shipping industry, and my slides will tell you why. Okay, good. I can't move this, can I? Okay. So global shipping, India is the 16th largest maritime country in the world with a coastline of about 7,000 odd kilometers with 12 major ports and 405 minor ports. I am sure all of you know these statistics, but the point I want to emphasize is for the growth of the sector, efficient, speedy and just dispute settlement procedures are a sine qua non. I am sure all of you will agree with that. Most of you would know that the claims are of two kinds, dry claims and wet claims. Those wet claims are those that happen in the sea, and dry claims are on the shore. These are the examples. So what are the distinctive characteristics of maritime disputes? You have multiple parties. Generally in all of the trade, in most of the disputes it's just 2 or 3 or maybe 4 people. But in maritime disputes you have charterers, ship owners, cargo owners, insurers, governments, master, crew, other employees. You have multiple national governments. In national governments you have port authorities, shipping department and officials, customs. You have multiple legal systems. If a ship is sailing from India to Sri Lanka and then to Bangladesh and then to, let's say, some European countries and then to the US and Canada, imagine the kind of legal systems that are there and which law applies. The conflict of laws is a significant factor. Conflict of law, for those of you who are not aware of the jargon, is very easily explained by with a family dispute. If an Indian marries an Israeli in US and settles down in Switzerland and files for a divorce in Egypt, which system applies? Egyptian system, Indian system, Israeli system, etc. So similarly, first, before deciding a shipping dispute, what is the law which applies has to be determined. Often the agreement itself, contract itself will say which law would apply to that dispute. Then you have multiple dispute settlement mechanisms. One of them, apart from litigation and arbitration, is the mediation that we are trying to look at today. Official, you have suits and petitions. Private arbitration and mediation. Okay, now I would like to give you 2 illustrations, 2 case laws. One is hot off the shelf, the London Steamship Owners Mutual Insurance Association versus the Kingdom of Spain. This is the latest. This judgment was delivered on 20th June 2022, which involved both arbitration and suits, and then I will come to one dispute in India which was mediated to enable you to look at the scenario yourself and determine for yourself what is advantageous. Can you? Don't be frightened by this Excel sheet. It's just to give you an idea of the kind of proceedings that happened. In November 2002, there was an oil tanker, the Prestige, sank off the coast of Spain, causing significant environment damage to the Spanish and French coastlines. End of 2002, there was a criminal investigation in which against the master of the vessel and others. The provincial court of Spain ruled that these claims brought about a civil claim against master of the Prestige, against its owners through Article 117 of the Spanish Criminal Code against London P&I Club, who was the liability insurer of both the vessel and its owners. So I have also looked at, given a table of the laws that apply. This is the Spanish law. Then you have on June 2003, 16th, London PI Club deposited money with the Spanish Criminal Code but did not appear in the proceedings. January 16th, can you raise it please? January 16, 2012, see already 10 years are over. Arbitral tribunal, no. Scroll it, I don't know. Yeah. So, arbitral tribunal, through an arbitration clause in the insurance contract, the owners, the London PI Club commenced arbitration proceedings in London, seeking two declarations. Kingdom of Spain was required to pursue its claim under Article 117 of the Spanish Code in these arbitration proceedings. So, they said that Spain should come and apply its code in the arbitration rather than individually in Spain. That it could not be liable to the Kingdom of Spain since the insurance contract stipulated pay to be paid clause, wherein the injured party must first pay to the injured party and the compensation due before recovery from the insurer is permissible. However, the Kingdom of Spain did not participate in the arbitration proceedings. Then February 2013, already it's 10 years, 2002 November was the accident. Order passed by the tribunal. The arbitral tribunal concluded that the claim for damages brought by the Kingdom of Spain before the Spanish courts should have been referred to arbitration in London. Further, in absence of prior payment of damages by the owners of the vessel to Kingdom of Spain, as per pay to be paid clause, London P&I Club could not be liable to the Kingdom of Spain in accordance with the terms of the insurance contract. Lastly, London P&I Club liability could not exceed $1 billion US, which is approximately 900 million euros in terms of the insurance contract. Then in 2013, High Court of Justice made this under section 66 of the Arbitration and Enforcement, Arbitration Act, enforcement of award. They made it the rule of court so that the arbitration award could be enforced. Yes. Yeah, maybe. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this is better visibility. So in October 22, 2013, the High Court of Justice granted London PI Club to allow the law to enforce the award on 13th February 2013. November 2013, the Provincial Court of Spain gave a judgment, acquitted the master of Prestige as regards charge relating to offences against environment and convicted him of the serious disobedience towards authorities and found that he was not liable in respect of damage caused by oil spill on the basis there was no causal link between the offence of disobedience and the damage. It did not rule on the civil liability of the owners of Prestige or London PI Club. This is in Spain. Then, Court of Appeal. Kingdom of Spain brought an appeal against the order of the tribunal. Appeal was dismissed. Then, January 14, 2016, Spanish court appealed by several parties to a judgment of provincial court in Spain. The court acquitted the master of the offence of serious disobedience but held him guilty of damage to environment. It held master, owners of Prestige and the London PI Club liable in respect of civil claims to the contractual limit liability of $1 billion. Finally, it remitted the case to provincial court for determination of the quantum of the recoverable damages of the defendant in the Spanish proceedings. November 15, 2017, revised as January 11, 2018, order of the court held that the Prestige is the owner, Prestige, its owners, and London P.I. Club liable to over 200 separate parties, subjecting London P&I Club to the contractual limit liability of USD 1 billion. December 19, 2018, Supreme Court of Spain upheld the judgment of the Provincial Court. March 2019, Provincial Court order passed in respect to amounts of each claimant. It's actually distribution of the claim amounts. March 25, 2019, High Court of Justice, Kingdom of Spain made an application for recognition of UK for the enforcement of award on Provincial Court dated 1/3/2019. Article 30, under Article 33 of Regulation 44 of the European law. Okay. So a judgment given in member, okay, these are the provisions, I won't go into it. So May 2019, High Court of Justice order granted application, Kingdom of Spain granted the application filed on March 25, 2019. That is the, it recognized the Spanish court order. Then 2016, 26 June, referring court, the London P&I Club lodged an appeal against the order. The decision on the application for declaration of enforceability may be appealed against by either party under Article 43. So what happened? The court held, these were the arguments, and under Article 34, you will notice that there was a direct conflict between the arbitration award and the merits of what was decided by the Spanish court. Okay. So the case was referred, and on 20th June 2022, this was decided. The court held that Article 34(3) of Council Regulation (EC), that is European Convention on jurisdiction and recognition of enforcement of judgments in civil and commercial matters must be interpreted as meaning that a judgment entered by a court of a member state in terms of an arbitral award does not constitute a judgment within the meaning of that provision. I will explain this. Within the meaning of the provision, where a judicial decision requiring an outcome equivalent to outcome that could not have been adopted by a court of that member state without infringing provisions and fundamental objections of the regulation, in particular as regards relative effect of arbitration clause included in the insurance contract in question, and the rule of lis pendens contained in Article 27 of that regulations, etc. All that it means is that arbitration could not have been held in the absence of a party, that is Spain. Moreover, Spain is not a party to the arbitration clause which was there in the insurance contract. And thirdly, doctrine of lis pendens, because the civil court of Spain was already seized of the matter when arbitration commenced. On all these three broad grounds, the court held that ultimately what prevails is the Spanish court's final order, and that was enforced. There are many other miscellaneous proceedings which I won't go into, but look at the complexity. Remember, in 2002, November, this accident happened. It was settled 20 years later on June 20th, 2022. So that should tell you. Second, look at the huge costs in both arbitration proceedings and the civil proceedings in Spain, and the attempt of Spain to come and enforce that award. And look at the various parties who are behind the Spanish judgment and how they will enforce them. Thirdly, look at the number of legal laws in place. One, Spanish law; second, arbitration law in England; and the European Council regulations. So these are the complexities, and look at the time consumed, the cost consumed, and all other incidental costs. So this should tell you, suppose this were mediated, and then all the parties could sit across the table, and a good mediator like Satya Rao would have possibly brought about a solution within 1 year. So that's, though this may be complex, I chose to put this Excel sheet to show you the complexity, the time and the cost that are involved in a dispute like this. Yeah, get back to the slide. These are some of the laws that are involved. So what are your observations? I already spelled out the observations. So the assessment and cost, institution cost, fees, travel, material cost, lawyers and consultations, time, resources, loss of business, tax involved in all these expenses. So therefore, models for resolution. Do you want a lose-lose situation? Do you want a win-lose situation where one party wins and the other person loses? And then win-win situation. If you take 20 years to settle such a large claim, I would think it's more a lose-lose than, you know, a win-lose. And therefore, a win-win situation which a mediation can facilitate, in my opinion, should be first tried out before trying out other forms of resolution. There is an example of Star Tech Shipyards Private Limited versus Chennai Port Trust. This was another dispute which was referred for mediation in Chennai. Plaintiff was the successful bidder in tender floated by first and second defendant for licensing of slipway complex for the O&M of Chennai Fishing Harbour of Raipuram, Chennai. Agreement of 2009 dated 4/5/2009 between plaintiff and first and second defendants. Plaintiff was permitted to license the slipway complex for a period of 7 years, extendable by another 3 years on payment of a license fee of a sum of rupees to 12,40,000 per month. Agreement allotment order dated 14/8/2008 had become ab initio void pursuant on order of High Court due to vagueness in terms of tender at the instance of a third party, as a consequence of which the plaintiff was unable to license the slipway complex for the remainder of the terms of the license. About I think about for 3 years he was excising that contract, but the remainder of the term was not. Plaintiff sought a decree directing the first and second defendant to pay the plaintiff the principal sum of 3 crores 5 lakhs with interest at 15% and also for the return of bank guarantee. The parties agree, then it was referred for mediation. The parties agreed that the first and second defendant shall pay a total amount of 58 lakhs odd to the plaintiff as full and final settlement of the relief sought and return of bank guarantee. Defendant and plaintiff voluntarily paid sum of 75,000 rupees to Mediation and Conciliation Center. It was referred to mediation in 2015 and within less than 9 months, on 29 January 2016, it was settled. I don't know if you can see the dates. So you see, this was a suit of the year 2011, yeah, 2011, correct, 2011. 2015, after 4 years it was referred for mediation. So therefore, within 5 years it was settled and the cost was 75,000, which they voluntarily paid to the mediation center. Here mediation center doesn't charge anything, and many of us mediators are kind of doing pro bono work. We are paid a token fee, and Satya Rao has dedicated her life and career to mediation without much return, I would say. Now, so therefore, this is an advantage, though this is a much smaller dispute and it's more of a dry dispute, than a wet dispute. You will find from a comparison of the two, though they are not comparative on scale, you will find that had a good mediator or a team of mediators sat with all the parties, the Spanish parties and the insurance company and the other claimants, it could have been much easier and the cost would have been much lower. So options in mediated settlement process: realistic assessment of comparative merits, litigation, arbitration versus mediation. These are some terms. BATNA, parties better alternative to negotiated settlement. Often what will happen during mediation processes, people will have sky high expectations of the outcome. If a person is claiming $500 million, he would imagine that $500 million is going to drop down from the sky. The mediators in individual sessions often bring the parties to terra firma, saying that you may not get this, ultimately the court may award you only $100 million, yet there are these weaknesses in your case. That's the advantage of having a lawyer for a mediator, because in individual situations, with the party's lawyer around, you can tell the party in confidence without disclosing to the other party, these are the weaknesses of the case. Ultimately you may lose, and then the lawyer generally nods. And similarly, when you are talking about to the other parties, you say that even if not 900 million, ultimately 500 million may be awarded, because these are range of possibilities, and talk to them about the weakness of the case. Then they come to what is the best and worst alternative to a negotiated settlement. They look at the best case scenario and the worst case scenario, and then there is more realism prevailing in the room, and a mediated settlement is often possible. So the process of ARB med ARB is a short form for arbitration, mediation and arbitration. So a party enters into arbitration, they file claims, and then there is an attempt at mediation. If the mediation fails or a part of the dispute mediation fails, then arbitration can continue for the rest of the dispute. Often this is a good hybrid solution which I would prefer, because sometimes you may think why initial arbitration is even necessary. See, it may not be wise to attempt mediation before each party has sufficient understanding of its own and its opponent case, even more so when the dispute is multifaceted or acrimonious. By having parties formulate and state their case in arbitration pleadings, the scope of dispute would be sufficiently outlined for them to adequately prepare for mediation on both the merits of their case as well as their readiness to negotiate in good faith. This also discourages parties from using mediation session as a fishing expedition to supplement their case in the litigation or to arbitration. For instance, the Commercial Courts Act, Section 12A says pre-litigation mediation. Before filing a suit, you have to go into mediation and then come. I don't know if that's such a welcome thing. For instance, recently in Bangalore, I had a patent-related dispute where the party filed without going for mediation, and I objected. So we are relegated to mediation. Frankly, to share with you, I am not sure that there will be any outcome in the mediation, because possibly it may spring a surprise, but I took advantage of that to preempt an injunction against me. So that's the kind of use that a pre-litigation mediation can be made of, whereas if it's mediation pursuant to a litigation, I would prefer it as prescribed under Section 8(9) of the CPC. So ultimately in negotiation, people have positions, interests and needs. In litigation, it is positions, hostile positions. When you come to mediations, you deal with interests, as Satyara was highlighting. You look at interests of parties rather than legal rights. For instance, there was a trade union trademark dispute that I mediated, and where parties were not, one person was dealing with bulbs and another person was dealing with electrical consumables. And eventually, we envisaged a solution where they could actually have a business relationship, and it became a literal win-win where their revenues were potentially, increased, where they had a collaboration, mutual licensing of trademarks. So those are the kind of possibilities which never can happen in litigation, which is possible in mediation, sometimes quite magical. I don't want to romanticize. There are several problems, but I'm just giving you a bird's eye view of the mediation's possibilities. So ultimately the needs, when you actually have repeat sessions, people narrow down from interest to needs, and that is where the area of common interest needs, that's where the space for dialogue can happen and a successful mediated, negotiated settlement can emerge. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful insights. I now request all of you, and I now propose a 15-minute break where you can go refresh yourselves with some tea and coffee outside. Please ensure to come back after 15 minutes because we have great sessions lined up for you after this. 15 minutes begin now. Thank you so much. Please be back. Delegates, we shall begin in 2 minutes. Kindly be seated. Thank you. I already gave an announcement. That we'll be starting in 2 minutes. I'll announce. Delegates, I request you all to please take your seats. We shall begin with the second half of this seminar. Thank you so much, delegates, for your cooperation. Thank you so much for your cooperation. We are now going to get started with the second half. This is the seminar on global shipping, trials and tribulations by the CMMI, sponsored by our 26 amazing sponsors. I'm going to say their names again, hopefully in a better way. ABS Marine Services Private Limited, Academy of India Private, Mine Solutions and Technologies Private Limited, Suna Ship Management Private Limited, Synergy Maritime Private Limited, Talk Pro, the Sanmar Group, Trust Asset Management Private Limited, Vriddhi Maritime Private Limited, Anglo-Eastern Ship Management India Private Limited, Parekh Group, and lastly, Sri Chakra Charitable Trust. Thank you, sponsors, for helping us out. Can we please give them a huge round of applause? So how was the break? Did you all enjoy the tea and coffee? I'm expecting answers. Okay. I'm glad that you had a good break and refreshed yourselves. But now, to refresh us on this very podium, I now invite our chief guest, Mrs. H.K. Joshi, to come up on stage and make her presentation on. She'll be sharing with us her thoughts on the challenges of Indian ship owners in global shipping and about her journey on becoming the chairman and managing director of the largest Indian shipping company, the Shipping Corporation of India, which has over the years produced the best talent in the maritime sector. Welcome, Ms. Joshi. The stage is all yours.
So since we are coming to the end of the day's session, I'd like to be a little formal considering this is the 65th annual day celebrations which are being commemorated by CMMI. So I'll start my address with Captain Gangadharan, Chairman CMMI, Chennai Chapter, Captain Ramesh, and other office bearers of the Chennai Chapter, all the master mariners who are out here today, our esteemed learned speakers of the day, and of course representatives of the sponsors without whom this event could not have seen the light of the day today. A very happy and a very pleasant morning to you, and I'm very confident that you would be refreshed after the tea break, and the organizers chose that my session should be after the break. And this could be as controversial as the issue of globalization which Jagmeet Makkarji raised. Whether, after a break, you are refreshed for the session that I'm going to be giving to you, or whether, now it's like, take it easy, the break is already there and you get into the lean mode. So I run the risk, but I am confident that you will find it interesting whatever I have to deliver to you today. And considering that we've had a lot being said about global shipping, and after the heavy session on mediation, trust me, when I had to go to college, I had to choose between commerce and law. And I raised my hands, law is too difficult, too many sections, too much to be remembered. I would rather go for something which is more practical oriented. So I opted out. I felt law was something very difficult. So that's giving credit to our erstwhile speakers, Advocate Mrs. Rao and Advocate Mr. Giridhar. So I'm going to be talking after global shipping. I'm going to be talking to you about Indian ship owners, and on the Indian ship owners, I'd like to segregate both the private and the public sector. And of course, in the public sector, the National Shipping Company of India, the largest and the most diversified, is the only company in the public sector domain. So there are a lot of challenges for the Indian ship owners, some which are common both to the private and the public sector. I'll first deal with those common challenges, and then towards the end of my address, I will come to the specifics which are there with the Indian National Shipping Company. Most of you may not know the inside story. It's so easy to criticize a public sector, but the constraints in which a public sector operates, I'll share those details with you. Now, before I start talking about why are we talking about the challenges of the Indian ship owners, I would like to take you down memory lane a bit, and I'd like to take you to the Vedic civilization and to the Indus Valley civilization, when actually we were doing trade with the Middle East and Arabia even at that time. And when it's very important for us to know that Lothal, which is considered 3,700 years old, was having a natural dry dock yard even at that time in the Indus Valley civilization. So we were pretty advanced in maritime even in the Indus Valley civilization in those periods of BCE. And after that, when independence happened, the Britishers and the East India Company, what they did to the maritime industry, we all know. But when they left us in 1947, we had only 59 vessels, out of which 48 were coastal and only 11 were doing business overseas. So this is how that robust maritime Indian history got crippled. And after that, what Mr. Jagmeet ji brought out, that India had a GDP of 270 billion, which is projected to be 3.17 trillion. Now when your GDP grew so much, let me tell you, from 1947 to now, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Amrit Kal that we are talking about, the Indian tonnage in 75 years has only grown 10 times. Whereas, if you see what's happened to the global shipping, while Captain Ramesh gave us an excellent presentation on global shipping, I'm glad I've got statistics on something that he missed out, that between 1990 and 2020, the volume of cargo transported by ships more than doubled from 4 to nearly 10.7 billion tons. And during this period, as we all know, the relationship between global trade and shipping, so obviously the tonnage also had to increase. And the tonnage increased from 1990 to 2020 in that period of 30 years by 37%. But what happened to the Indian tonnage during that period? 2008 onwards, as we all know, when the global financial crisis happened and it impacted Indian shipping also, and the depression into which the Indian shipping went, at that time, while people were taking advantage of the low asset prices and building up tonnage, the Indian tonnage was actually going down at that time. We've seen the likes of Varun Shipping, Mercator, SR, everybody closing shop. So the Indian shipping took a hit, and I'm giving you all these facts to tell you what are the challenges for the Indian ship owners. Now, if we talk about while the global shipping was increasing, while the tonnage across the globe was increasing, why was the Indian tonnage going down? We've known that Indian shipping never got, and of course the company of master mariners and the agenda that they have, they will definitely understand, we never had policies to support the growth of the Indian tonnage. And much to our disadvantage, the maritime sector has never been a priority sector in any of our government policies. Despite now there being a little focus on the maritime in the last couple of years, however, when we get down to what are the specific challenges of an Indian ship owner, I've coined a very simple word, DIFT. Not deft, DIFT. So the first word D stands for your direct taxes. So while, not that because I'm a finance person, but like all our speakers have brought out, eventually merchant shipping is all about doing business. So every time the fundamentals will get down to the economics and the commercial aspects of doing business. Now direct taxes, while the tonnage tax regime did come to India, and as the national shipping company, and most Indian shipping companies opted for the tonnage tax because during the period of the boom, the tonnage tax was a fantastic thing. But from 2008 onwards, when all around the globe there was a depression in shipping and every shipping company was only reporting losses, the shipping companies in India still had to pay a tonnage tax, and along with the tonnage tax, they also had to have all the compliances relating to the tonnage tax, for example, the training aspects. So those also added to the cost. So there was no respite, no tax holiday, no concessions, even when everybody was aware of the fact that shipping was going through disastrous, tumultuous times. So there was no support for the Indian shipping, and that is the reason that most Indian shipping companies could not survive during that time. Why those Indian shipping companies could not survive is not only because of tonnage tax. I'll come to the other factor, because there are a host of factors together which contribute, no single factor contributes. Now in DIFT, my second word is I, indirect taxes. Now the indirect taxes also puts extra burden on an Indian ship owner who has a place of doing business in India versus a foreign shipping line which does not have a place of business in India. Now this is something which has brought in disadvantage to an Indian shipping line. To carry cargo, anybody would, an exporter would prefer a foreign shipping line versus an Indian shipping line because of the added GST if you are doing business with the Indian shipping line. Added to this are your other issues like custom duty on bunkers, the landing fees. All of these together actually make the cost of operations for an Indian ship owner to be 20% more than for a foreign shipping line. Now that impacts your competitiveness, because like I said, merchant shipping is all about your commercial business. So all that you have to do is you've got to be competitive globally. But if you are burdened with direct taxes, indirect taxes which do not give you a level playing field as compared to a foreign shipping line, I'm sure we all can, even the layman can understand that it is going to impact your global competitiveness and impact your position in global shipping. Now with the history that I narrated to you, we have a tonnage under the Indian flag which is so minuscule as compared to the global tonnage that you do not have a voice where it matters, and I think Captain Ramesh talked about this. So if you want the Indian flag to have a say and to be able to make policy changes which are in the favor of the Indian maritime industry because you want to grow, then obviously the Indian tonnage has to grow. So I am very passionate, and I continue to be so, with respect to the Indian tonnage being supported and the Indian tonnage growing. Now the third word in DIFT is F, and that is the core, which is financing. Now financing, both in terms of the capital acquisition cost of a vessel as well as the working capital, becomes a big challenge for an Indian ship owner. Firstly, we all understand and know that shipping is a very capital intensive industry, and having high, and with the size of the ships, vessels getting only larger and larger, which Jagmeet ji brought out. So definitely globalization is here to stay, because the size of all those fleets, you only see them going big, not shrinking in size. Now that means your acquisition cost only gets multitude higher. Now in the Indian context, since Indian shipping has still not got an infrastructure status for whatever reasons, I'll not go into the merits and the demerits of that, but because of that single reason, the Indian ship owner is exposed to borrowing from the banks on a commercial basis like any other financing, and the maximum period of the financing can be 6 to 8 years. Now considering that a vessel has a useful life of about 25 years, and with, in case it's LNG, and that's the reason LNG business has not grown in India at all. So the vessel's useful life, and with technology improving, but you are going to be financed only for 8 years, which puts immense burden on a ship owner during the initial years of a vessel acquisition, and in case those happen to be the years when the industry is not doing well, like Captain Ramesh brought out about the Baltic index, which soared in 21 and then again went down in 22. So while even in the current phase, while the tanker and the your bulk carriers aren't doing well, the containers are doing a roaring business. But depends upon the vessel that you've acquired. If you happen to have acquired a bulk carrier during this time when there's a downturn in the freight, and you've got the initial burden of debt financing it, plus a higher cost of depreciation because the vessel is young. So depreciation combined with your debt financing could kill any company. So what is required is, by I was talking about an infrastructure status, is that normally when you have a project, you go through a useful life of the project. So since you have an asset which is going to deliver to you for 25 years, if there can be a mechanism where the financing is spread out over the useful life of an asset similar to a useful life of any other project, it could make things much easier for an Indian ship owner. Now why I am saying, because this is a model which is followed by other companies, particularly China, where you have committed funds for ship financing and also committed cargo, and that is something which is there in most maritime countries. Even the US has cabotage laws. So until and unless you don't protect the industry in terms of either cabotage, fund the industry, you're killing the industry. And that's exactly what's happening. I've waited to superannuate to be able to voice certain things. I'm happy that laughter at least tells me that everybody is awake to the issues which I am raising. These are those terrible issues which somebody needs to talk vocally about. So even though when I was invited for this session, so they said it's going to be a very technical session. I said, oh, you don't know how technical I can get and how much I can talk, and I can talk about anything related to shipping today because I've developed a passion for shipping. And I think shipping is that industry once you get into it. And what I always told when I was at the helm of affairs was that no seafarer really turns good until and unless the sea is turbulent. And I think I saw the most turbulent times as CMD SCI, and I told my seafarers that I share this with you, that I can sail through turbulent waters and still come out hale and hearty. And that is what seafaring is all about. So all the master mariners out here, I share that passion with you. And I am tough, may not look tough, but I am as tough as all of you here are. So financing, most nations have committed funds. Even in India, Exim Bank did attempt to have a maritime fund for India, and they did try and propagate that, but somehow again that did not see the light of the day. But had there been a committed maritime fund dedicated for the issue and the controversy that time raised, we said that infrastructure status is there for the ports and for shipbuilding, which is being supported a lot by the government today. There is no support for shipping. So you give the funds for shipping, but the issue was why shipping. So it was the maritime funds for everybody. And with that controversy, it never saw the light of the day. And while there is no specific support, as you will all accept, for the maritime industry, while there is a effort with respect to shipbuilding support, subsidizing Make in India, because of Make in India, because of Sagarmala, port-led development, Gati Shakti, multimodal logistics. But I don't hear of anything on Indian shipping. So Indian shipping, which to my mind I have always said is that vital link which connects the land to the, all about globalization. If there are no ships, can you imagine a situation where Indian tonnage goes down completely? And we are talking about trillions of dollars GDP, and you are completely at the mercy of chartering a vessel from somewhere. How disastrous our situation can be. Nobody is thinking about that. So you could have port-led development, modernization of ports, but no tonnage. And that when 78% of the crude import is being done by India. So it's quite a disturbing scenario if one was to think of what can be the situation if the Indian tonnage was not supported. So financing is a very critical thing. The last factor in DIFT is technology. And technology is something which came late to the maritime sector, but it is something which I think got accelerated because of COVID. Now, while digitization in the Indian maritime industry became a necessity because of COVID, but that also comes at a cost. When already the Indian ship owner is burdened with the cost factor, having to do anything more which is going to only add cost and increase his operating cost from that already higher 20%. So it becomes a burden which is very difficult to do. Other than that, we've now got the Marine Environment Protection Committee also bringing in amendments to the International Convention on the Prevention of Pollution. And we know that we will have to have ships which are going to be EEXI and CII compliant. And the first such certification is going to happen in 2023, when all the ships will need to be compliant to these guidelines given by IMO. So a lot of technology upgradation will be required in the maritime sector in the years to come. The choice between an Indian ship owner is whether he wants to upgrade his existing tonnage, which is going to be very, very difficult and not cost effective, or whether he replaces his entire tonnage. Now that again is not going to be a very easy decision. So with, again, Jagmeet ji said he doesn't like the West because of what they force upon us. Well, climate change is something which is being forced by the West, but today with the commitments which India has given, I'll like to keep my voice low on the climate change issues, because you can't be totally politically wrong also on these issues. But however, this is something which has been thrust on us, and the price will be paid by the Indian shipping, and how we are going to cope up in the next 5 years to come on these technology upgradations that are going to be required, and the climate issues are going to keep increasing day on year issue. So I think these are all issues which have been common both to the private sector and the public sector. It hurts both together. However, as the national shipping company, we have certain issues which are very unique, and there are a lot of guidelines and directives from the government which are applicable only to a public sector enterprise. And being a national shipping company and being a public sector enterprise, you've got to comply with all those guidelines which a private sector does not have to comply with. So added to that 20% operating cost disadvantage, I don't know how much more should I factor in for a national shipping company. So it is a very big challenge for a national shipping company. So while there is a lot of talk about the inefficiencies of a public sector, but we need to factor in that there are some inefficiencies which are thrust upon us. It's not the manpower which is inefficient, it is the directives and the policies which we need to comply. Now, when you have to acquire a vessel, and national shipping company has to necessarily flag it under an Indian flag. And with all the disadvantages of the direct tax, indirect tax that I have told you, you can have a private Indian ship owner, and we know about it, who can flag the vessel anywhere that he wants. So that clear disadvantage to a national shipping company is there, because you have the responsibility of adding to the Indian tonnage, but with no concessions and no protections to the national shipping company with respect to the cargo, dedicated cargo or any other. You've got to compete in the open market for business. So there is a clear disadvantage. Now, being a national flag bearer, you are committed to having only Indian seafarers on your vessels. Now that again leads to a higher cost as compared to a foreign flag vessel or an Indian ship owner who has flagged his vessel anywhere, flag of convenience that Captain Ramesh talked about. Now, we've been taking up this issue with respect to giving an NRI status to coastal shipping. Otherwise, there is a direct tax burden on the Indian seafarers to the extent of 20 to 30%. Now that needs to get factored into the salary. Somebody talked about increase the salary of the Indian seafarers. The national shipping company is paying a higher salary by virtue of the fact that you need to take into account the burden of the direct taxes, the disadvantage of the NRI status that they don't get, and that is again which hits the national shipping company, because after a certain number of days, now everybody has become very careful, they will want to move on to a foreign flag vessel to get the NRI status, then to continue with the national. So there is a complete drainage of skill and talent for the Indian national shipping company, and all because of taxes. I've tried to put everything together to you, which would make, it's quite gives you jitters and nightmare to think that how is the national shipping company surviving after that, but we still did well despite all that. Now, after that, asset trading. You know how volatile the asset market is. A private ship owner in India does a lot of asset trading, and you know who I am talking about. The national shipping company is not allowed to play into the market, because your job is only to have national tonnage and to run it whether at a loss or at profit, doesn't matter. But you cannot do asset trading. And in fact, even during my term, not as CMD, because we did not dispose of any vessel during my term, as Director of Finance, I have had issues from the C&AG where we've disposed of a vessel which was 23 years old, because you know that there are certain ports which do not accept vessels, and even IOC in their tenders, most oil companies say vessels beyond 20 years old they will not take. So considering that we could not find business, a vessel which was disposed of at 23 years, CAG asked us, when the useful life was 25 years, why did you not run the vessel for 2 years? And we had the entire techno-economic study done, evaluated, the vessel was due for dry dock. So you had to evaluate that you go in and incur the expenditure of a dry dock, and then what is the earning capacity, and there was no business for it. So justifying a commercial action even after we apparently feel that the commercial life of the vessel has finished, but the terminology is useful life. So on books, the vessel still had 2 years of useful life, and it was difficult to get CAG to clear that observation. So after this, no asset trading, so you can't take advantage of the market. Buy cheap, sell when, no, you can't make any. So Shipping Corporation of India's profit and loss will never show you any profit on sale of vessel. It will be only these type of vessels which are 23 years old, because the steel prices are high. You might have made a killing somewhere, but otherwise no asset trading profit. Now after that, make in India, a wonderful idea to kill your globalization, but very bad for a national shipping company also. All tenders which are for less than 200 crores have to be only tendered within the domestic to promote Make in India. Now a private ship owner in India does not have any such limitation. Even for the dry dock tenders, first thing is the large vessels, there is no dry dock capacity. You have to still do a tender, frustrate the tender, show that there is no capacity, then the government will give you the permission to go for a global tender. So cost, time, delay, implications. There is a cost involved to the entire process. There is manpower and everybody get. The fact is that you will not get the permission to go in for a global tender. Now for those vessels which are smaller in size and where the dry dock capacity, and which obviously is only for the offshore vessels, a few bulk carriers also, you know which are the companies and which are the yards which they can do business. So what we have done is we have restricted the competition. With restricting competition, what happens? Prices go up because monopolization. So again to the disadvantage of the. Now it's not only this, even if I have to acquire a vessel, I have to do a tender, which is, I am sure all of you understand, not the way that vessels are acquired. So you have to follow a mode of tendering. There is a ship acquisition guidelines, laid down procedure which needs to be followed to the T, and if you don't follow it, you have got the CAG, CVC and the CBI after you. So that was the reason that no second hand tonnage was ever, even first hand tonnage acquire karna was a very big problem. Second hand tonnage was never acquired in Shipping Corporation of India. However, in 2015 when I joined SCI, after that we have only acquired second hand tonnage, because I said I want to monetize my investment from the day I send the SWIFT. So we pay today and we start running the vessel from tomorrow, no gestation period, and that is how we handle the financing. We did not go in for any new built vessels, and you can all check all the second hand vessels. But everybody was scared of all the investigating agencies and nobody wanted to do a second hand tonnage. And I said, so long as your fundamentals are clear and you don't do anything hanky panky, nobody can come after you. And we acquired, first vessel we acquired was Desh Abhiman. And that vessel even today happens to be the best vessel, tanker vessel on SCI's fleet. Fantastic vessel that we got, but we got it second hand. But coming to this 200 crores tender, when we wanted to acquire an offshore vessel for the Indian Navy, we had a committed contract. They said obviously our offshore vessel will be a second hand tonnage will be less than 200 crores. So they said you have to do a domestic tender. So we did a domestic tender and there was only one single bid. Now doing a single bid negotiation becomes very difficult. Upon that, that company got acquired while we were still talking about vessel acquisition. So some people who know about it, now that he said, मेरे time का tender नहीं है, मुझे बेचना ही नहीं है. So that entire tender effort, negotiating, wasted. So again, cost and time lost. So these are the type of frustrations that one has to bear with. You can't flout these rules because you have a CAG who's doing a yearly thing, and then you can have anybody and everybody, democratic country, any number of complaints going and any number of people running after you. So I would say I was lucky to get a clean report despite all the path-breaking things that I did in SCI. I said anything which is required to be done will be done, and we'll ensure we document and record it. But I am not going to go by the rule book, and I think that is how a lot of people were talking about a transformed SCI. We did transform SCI, but you have to have the courage and the conviction to do what you think is right and then justify it. Many people do not have that much of patience and effort. लगता क्यों करेंगे यार, आराम से सरकारी नौकरी है, सरकारी तरीके से करेंगे, and which means आप सरकारी national shipping company के लिए कुछ भी नहीं करेंगे, because you will look for your safety first. Now that becomes a very big challenge. Other than that, MSMEs is a very big agenda for the government today. उसका भी burden national shipping company पे है, Great Eastern के ऊपर कोई burden नहीं है. So I, despite all this, I had a wonderful time. I'm not going to talk about my journey, even though the anchor did say I will talk about my journey. It's so much more interesting to talk about shipping, and I have something so much more to say still. But because of the constraint of time, I will restrict myself here. And with respect to my journey as the CMD, I think I was covered a lot. All the stories are there in various publications. I got a lot of honor, as she narrated in the morning, a lot of recognition for the work which I did, which is my gratitude to the industry for giving me an opportunity. And today, this particular webinar, this seminar today is the ultimate. It's like my coming a complete circle. I want to thank the Company of Master Mariners of India, Chennai Chapter, for giving me this honor, which actually makes my journey in the maritime fraternity a very, very fruitful one. Thank you so much for this honor. I, with most humility, express my gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your beautiful words and thoughts. Audience, these are words coming from a dedicated and a supremely talented person who has been in the big shoes for over 4 decades. Ma'am, your contributions and services while being the CMD of the SCI are just great, and I am just in awe of whatever you said. You spoke about tonnage. I am here to say I have tons of respect and salutations for you after your speech. Like I saw everyone standing and clapping, this shows that you are a great speaker and you have the power to inspire the generation after you. So thank you so much for that, ma'am. Audience, you all sat down now, so I hope you all are comfortable. Yes or no? All right, perfect. So with that being said, I'm sure you all took down your notes and everything, because it's now time for the panel discussion and the question and answer round. So please keep your questions ready, and I request the speakers to come up the dais and take your seats on stage, and we shall proceed with the question and answer round. The session will be moderated by Captain Neil Jayajit Nair, so I request him to come up on stage and set the tone for the discussions.
Thank you, everybody. I took down notes of all these sessions thinking I'll do a summing up, but it's now the time as per our schedule for the vote of thanks. And so I'm quitting the summing up, except to say that after listening to all these speeches, so I think it is these presentations have left us in deep contemplation after we heard about stagflation, globalization, mediation, litigation, taxation, depreciation. I think we have a lot of sessions that we had today. And so just to sum up, I think in a question answer session, we will club for the three presentations to do with core shipping. That is on Captain Ramesh, Mr. Makar, and Mrs. Harjeet, to please come up here so that we can, the second part of the questions we'll have on the question of mediation so that there's no up and down jumping. But just to expand on Ms. Harjeet's presentation on the challenges faced by Indian shipping, where she so eloquently mentioned drift, I would like to slightly expand on that and call it drift. Because one important aspect that I think she missed out, which probably goes over the horizon for the large ship owners, is that is regulations. The smaller ship owners in India are today terrified by the kind of regulations imposed by the Directorate. And it's so funny sometimes to read it. For example, we have the GMDSS rules, radio rules, which says that these rules shall apply to all Indian vessels about 24 meters in length, about 20 meters in length, which includes boats, and to all foreign vessels calling at Indian ports greater than 300 GT. Why? SOLAS applies to vessels less than 500 GT. For vessels smaller than 500 GT, non-convention vessels, regulators are supposed to put in rules that are fair, safe, and reasonable to that segment of the industry. But instead of sitting and rewriting the rules, they just say that you follow SOLAS, everything that comes in SOLAS. I have a small 24-meter tug, and I'm putting an 8-meter rescue boat on it. When my tug has got twin screw, highly maneuverable, I can pick a survivor out of the water even without a ladder. Why do I need a rescue boat? Say, sorry, follow SOLAS. I go around the coast of India. The DG Shipping has declared the entire Indian coast as A3 area, just because they have no coastal radio stations. And so now my tug needs 2 SATCs, 1 MFHF DSC, 2 VHF DSCs, DSA, SSAS, AIS, you name it, everything that a VLCC has. For what? If my communication fails, 2 hours later I'm in the port. But I need to comply. Right now I'm spending 1 crore of rupees to upgrade a small tug which doesn't have 1 crore of life left because of the regulators. We have forwarded enough requests that MCA UK has put these rules for these categories of vessels. Japan has put these rules. US has put these rules. Why don't we just follow them? They said no, SOLAS. So drift is slightly expanded to drift. And with that, we'll open the questions for the first session on international shipping, geopolitics, the change of trade, how ship owners shall prepare for the new world, how this is going to affect the ton miles. However, we are going to estimate what this change of ton miles, the effect of this new geopolitics and COVID-related issues on the seafarer, which has been the only neglected segment, or one of the main neglected segments, till today not allowed to step ashore in ports. We have been on a voyage of 40 days, but required to do another 15 days of quarantine before we can enter the port. I don't know what infection is going to come in mid-sea in 40 days. That will not come in the last 15 days. Totally obnoxious regulations, including in Indian ports, where Indian seafarers, forget about foreign seafarers, can't even step out to have a dosa. So with that, I open the field to questions, and the esteemed panel is ready for it. Somebody take around the mic, please. And anybody who has a question, please put your hands up, identify yourself, and stay brief on the questions. No, sir, this one. Yes, Mr. Shankar.
Excellent, well-spoken, Madam Ms. Joshi. I thought you will represent the responsibilities of a government, having been the head of a government organization. But you are sharing the same concern as we are all sharing. No doubt you have been a dynamic leader. You have made path-breaking measures such as the acquisition of second-hand ships. But what about the taxation? What about the corporatization of shipping? What about making it an infrastructure status? That is long. We have been fighting this over 3 decades through INSA. I have been representing ship owners over the last 4 decades. This matter has been pending. What is stopping the government from reacting? Is it the bureaucracy or is it the politician? What stops them from changing regulation? The proposals of MS Act, crew guidelines proposed by the industry have not been paid heed to. The proposals put forward has not considered the industry's points of view, and there seems to be interference in the bureaucracy. So we wonder, how does New Delhi react? Do they not think that shipping is important? If so, why not? Are they not aware? Or is it some restriction that is preventing them? That we have been fighting this for decades and nothing seems to be happening.
So, Mr. Shankar, I did partially cover this issue, saying that we haven't got the infrastructure status and that's hurting the industry. Now, the fundamental issue with respect to an infrastructure status is that shipping is considered to be a service industry. And when I was there and I tried to take up the matter with the government, unfortunately, that was the time when Air India disinvestment was on the blocks. And it's been something which has been there for a long time. It might have happened now, but it's been going on for years. And unfortunately, in the corridors of power, Air India and Shipping Corporation were considered to be comparable. And I had a Herculean task of telling them that Air India does not face those air freight and market volatility and the tariffs which even the National Shipping Company faces, because we are also in the competitive business and we are directly impacted by the dirty tanker index or the clean tanker index or the BDI or the container. We are also driven by the same market forces, and in COVID, Air India, or for that matter, airlines were impacted, but shipping did well. So these are things which are not, in fact, Mr. Makkar, this is something which I have had a tremendous debate with Madam Vandana, where she, coming from the aviation sector, in my opening meeting with her, she said they are too similar in the logistics sector. So the problem is that if people cannot differentiate and distinguish between the nuances of shipping and aviation, agar itni fundamental understanding ki kami hai, so they said the infrastructure status, if it is going to be given to shipping, which is a service industry, you are not an infrastructure project as such. Then the same would need to be extended to aviation also. And that was the time when Air India was under disinvestment, and now it is all history. And now, after that, even Shipping Corporation is under disinvestment. I didn't want to talk about that also, which remains to be seen, that as a government policy where disinvestment is a very good thing, because what I've told you, maybe it will help the National Shipping Company to get deregulated from all those guidelines and directives which are only concentrated on a public sector, and make it more commercially free to do business. However, will it hurt the Indian tonnage? Will it support the Indian tonnage? Is a very big question mark which we remain to see.
But you still have not answered my question. How do we look at it in the future? What do we do?
Infrastructure status, the government says, cannot be given to a service industry. See, the awakening is happening. बिकॉज अभी तक तो आप देखिए ना मैरिटाइम सेक्टर को ही एम्फेसिस नहीं था, बट नाउ we are talking about port-led development, we are talking about Sagarmala, we are talking about multimodal logistics, we are talking about Gati Shakti. So at least awareness तो आनी शुरू हुई है. So there is some light at the end of the tunnel where I said that shipping is vital. I am sure वो tube light भी जल जाएगी. We have to live with hope.
Thank you. Yes, please. Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello.
This is going back to your the topic of on cabotage. As we know, cabotage is like a big lock put onto a latch without a door. So the question is, ma'am, when you have been, it's basically a part of your experience. When you have taken this representation of a level playing field between a foreign back and an Indian vessel, and the dirty dozen taxes between them, how has the government over the period of, I think, for maybe 20 years and more, how has the government dealt with it or in its books or reacted to it, and what is their outlook towards this particular difference?
The Indian government believes in equitable markets and competing in the open markets. In fact, about 3 to 4 years back, you would know that there was a reversal on the cabotage law. And the only thing that the Indian ship owners today have is ROFR, which is the right of first refusal. And that also, when I've already talked about Indian shipping and the operating costs being 20% higher, so even in a global tender where you have an ROFR, many times you don't want to match those prices. So that's the sad situation. There is no protection. There is no protection in the industry. But whereas in any, you see, now when you talk of protection, they say that protection is always given like they are giving to MSMEs, Make in India. तो जो nascent होता है, नया होता है, उसको grow करने के लिए you need protection. But the shipping industry is ages old. अब protection आपको किस लिए चाहिए? So, you know, it's something which is very difficult. You need a voice in those powers of corridor to be able to bombard with the facts, because somebody has to be confident and passionate and know the facts correctly to be able to put it across. The government today with a budget deficit will always look at every 1 rupee of concession that they give. What is it that is going to come back to them? That is how the budget analysis will be done. So until and unless you can bring out that you will be saving foreign exchange, you will be doing, but those needs, that needs to be, you know, quantified. And sad to say that in the maritime industry, our statistics and our data is very poor. To be able to quantify that figure and say that if you give me this 1 rupee of concession, this is what I give back to the nation. We are not able to document that. And that is how any proposal would get shelved in the Ministry of Finance.
It's so true, because today's world of geopolitics, as the two speakers spoke about, sanctions are used merrily and with ease. And just imagine India getting on the wrong side of a geopolitical conflict or into a conflict ourselves. And sanctions are imposed and foreign ships don't call at Indian ports, like it's happening to Iran today. And with no ship of our own to carry our trade, you can imagine the devastation it will have on Indian trade. Yes, you wanted to add something?
I think this is to add on to what ma'am said, Archana, to your question. I think the starting point is the break-even. Being a commercial person and having done cargoes and ships, especially competing with SCI ships on after the right of first refusal and still taking the COAs from sale, starting point is the break-even. you have to look at what are the elements of break-even, right? The first thing will, of course, be your cost of capital. What is the interest rate? How is your financing? Then you look at your OPEX. Insurance comes in. Are your hands tied? Can you get the cheapest possible cover like others are able to cover? Then comes the crew cost, which is the 60% of the total cost. All these things, then the duties, then your duties on the bunkers, then your conversion, reversion. If you look at each of these, then only the solution can be found. But our problem is, you got the Ministry of Shipping, you got Ministry of Finance, you got all these, and as ma'am said, to be able to convince, what is your money multiplier? If we are going to give you this particular concession, how is it going to be the payback for the country, or for that ministry, or for their bottom line? I think we have some serious issues. Whether one government is able to take care of it, or maybe we'll have to have few Mrs. Joshis to shake up the whole system and turn it upside down. I think something like that will have to happen. Otherwise, Prabhu Kripa. Yeah?
Yes, Captain Rajagopal, you wanted to ask something?
Yes, I would like to ask this question. Of course, Mrs. Joshi can reply, and then others can add their comments. Why did Indian shipping in general and shipping corporation in particular stumbled when it came to liner shipping, container shipping? They were in two minds. They never really committed to it, and in the bargain, we are nowhere in it. As you know, we are in a cycle where that is roaring today. And we were never a serious player, always in two minds, and that has set in a lot of issues in the way the containerization happens within India, because the customs and the rules and so on, they look at it totally differently from what the other countries do. That is the first one. And the second one is on the policies, especially the financial policies when you are competing globally. Will the International Financial Services Center in GIFT, will that give you anything that you lacked as you go forward? We are looking at the future. So I see that there is a lot of interest today in getting the companies registered there. So would that be a thing that you would be looking forward to for the Indian shipping to do better?
So answering your second question first on the IFSC, I just explained that I had a tough time with Madam Vandana over there, where I told her shipping is a completely different ball game and you cannot compare and equate it to aviation. So the thinking about the nuances, how is shipping different from aviation, that itself is not today understood and appreciated. However, IFSC is GIFT City, which is coming up, is again a silver lining, which we need to see how it will. You see, you can have a policy, it can start off very well, but you've got to see whether it, at the end of the day, whether it delivers what it was intended to deliver. So merely having a policy is not enough. So we still need to wait and see whether it takes off and whether it delivers what it is intended to deliver, because it's still too premature. You see, once you're talking about this policy, we had a subsidy of 1,624 crores, which was announced in 2021 with respect to shipping companies who would carry the government dedicated cargo. And again, that is a policy which came up for 5 years. Now, after 5 years, that is to attract tonnage, for Indian tonnage. So a foreign flag vessel who bids in an Indian tender can get that subsidy provided he flags in India. Now, considering the disadvantage to the Indian flag, even when you have 100% FDI, we still don't have a single vessel under the 100% FDI, and 100% FDI has been here for ages. So I think I answer your policy question on this. And I apologize, what was your first question?
Why we did not invest more into the container ships?
On the liner, as you know, Shipping Corporation is the only shipping company which has got liner vessels today. Now, liner is basically retail trade as compared to bulk and tanker business, which is a different. In fact, I was the one person, of course, disinvestment got announced. I took over Shipping Corporation in December 2019, and disinvestment was announced in November 2019. So if there were policy changes that I wanted to make, and one policy change that I wanted to make was I wanted to break away the liner business from the tanker and the bulk carrier business. Offshore is a very small business, it was negligible. And the primary reason was that the liner business is a retail trade which requires a completely different mindset. In a government institution, trying to run a retail trade is very, very difficult. And of course, there were a lot of inherent problems in the liner trade, which is legacy of Shipping Corporation, which I don't want to talk about, but I know the entire maritime fraternity knows about all those issues. So we don't have our own marketing agents, we don't have our own international offices. Do you think you can do liner trade the way Shipping Corporation is doing? Just put your hand on your heart and you tell me honestly whether that is the right way of doing liner business. And when the container freight rates, I'm sure there would be representatives from MSC over here, but when the container freight rates were soaring, and we are in slot sharing with MSC, I know what arm twisting we got. No option. Is that the way to do liner business? So I had conceptualized, but unfortunately this happened. I wanted to carve out the liner business because the container shipping is the future of shipping. There's no doubt about it. And considering that this is the future of shipping, we don't have any container vessels in India. So you can again understand what could happen with respect to the cargo. We are in a risky and a dangerous situation.
Captain Ramesh, being from representing international trading and shipping, let's ask him why he doesn't flag his vessels in India. Maybe we'll know the lacuna.
You'll need to give me the whole afternoon.
Sir, excuse me. Being a fellow member, I am Ramakrishnan. Thanks for the CMMI Chennai Chapter for welcoming the Institute of Marine Engineers also. One small question, ma'am, or anybody on the gentleman. Why we can't trade on this? Indian rupee trading is there, no? When buying. Now that is also come now. You can get the point. Like they have to buy the oil, like they have to pay in Indian rupees, like Russia and all. Like how it is going to, whether our Indian rupee will get the power, like whether how can you relate with the global shipping? Like we are asking, you know, we have to pay Indian rupees to buy the oil or trading on Indian rupees, how it will affect the global shipping. Thank you.
The only country with which I know India does rupee trading is with Iran. Russia, of course, not so much, and considering the sanctions, I don't want to talk about it. Iran ka bhi hai, but that was the only thing, and considering the depreciation of the rupee now, I mean, there has to be a certain acceptability of a currency internationally, if you understand, for that to be used as free trade. So I think we need to first strengthen the Indian currency to that level. Only then. Otherwise, it will be only with sanctioned countries like Iran, Russia.
Thank you, ma'am. And can you have a summing up from Captain Ramesh? Just the last, we are running out of time. Okay.
Sir, this question is for you, sir.
Mr. Makar.
Building more, one of your slides said building more resilience in supply chain as a solution. In this particular scenario in which you're dealing with Indian markets, the Indian laws, all the regulations, and I should say the history which goes, what would be the three main takeaways from the supply chain that you would like to propose, which can actually be taken up at a quick instance? Just three.
I got a lawyer asking a shipping question. That's a dangerous one. Would you like to answer that?
You are in a dangerous zone.
I know that. You see, one thing which I can feel that there is a lot of disappointment with regards to this is wrong with our country, that is wrong with our country. These are various issues. I mean, I'll come to your question a little bit, even if the lunch is delayed. So, you see, when we were talking about, let me give you an example. 1988, I was in Railway Staff College, Baroda, after doing my IES and doing my course. We were taught 1893 Railway Capital Budgeting Act. And I used to wonder, why in 1893? Uski kya zarurat hai? What's the use of this? England has changed. British Railway Act is different. Why are we stuck there? Same thing when I see even in our specific business. I find it very strange that the regulations and everything is centuries old. Now when we are talking about making changes, let's say DG Shipping, DGS as a department, or Ministry of Shipping, if we think we are going to make changes into individual regulation, forget it. Few generations will pass before each and every regulation. The only way, in my opinion, which Mr. Joshi, myself being part of the Maritime India Vision 2030, I think entire 2020 we were deliberating and discussing. Though my point was not taken into consideration, I made a lot of noise. So my point was, forget, whatever is there, let it be there. Just put a parallel system, best practices as they are done in the world, have IISR, Indian International Shipping Registry. Let whatever is happening today continue, let something parallel go on with the best practices. No, but Indian owners will also shift to IISR. No problem, most welcome. All right? And let others also come in. I think something very phenomenal like this will have to be done. If you are going to do incremental changes, the incremental changes don't work. Now coming to your question, those things which relates to resilience, our country is already moving in that. What exactly is resilience? What exactly is resilience? Is when disruptions take place, when things take place, you can still continue doing business without much disturbance. Basically, you are reducing the volatility in performance. That is resilience, right? So, vol in performance you are reducing. That your performance continues to be good and the disruptions do not cause disruptions in the supply system. Fleet has come down. Well, there I will come to. I can spend whole evening there.
We don't have the whole evening.
The point where I am making is, lot is being done. I don't know how many people have actually read MIV 2030, that document. It's one of the most deliberated, with proper action plans, with objectives. It's an amazing document which has been put forward and which is being implemented. When ma'am talked about Sagar Mala, Gati Shakti, it's all coming in from there. So, ports, low-hanging fruits, let's catch on to those, right? Your HMCs, basically your entire equipment over there. I think we are moving in that direction. The purpose of resilience is policy is one. When you talk about fleet, you don't really need a fleet. You want to have a fleet for strategic reasons. And every country does have a fleet. And why should we not have a fleet? Because we have this circular 10/2014 DGS allowing Indian owners to flag ships out and yet be called Indian tonnage. Bullshit. Okay? It doesn't happen. You register a ship outside India, it is not called an Indian tonnage. But beneficiary owner is Indian. Which shipping company has got beneficiary owner? You have to go through the entire wheel of incorporation to find out where is the money going, which account in Mauritius. Now we got to be a bit realistic about this. Yeah, so Indian ships flagged outside are not Indian ships.
Yeah, please sum up and.
Yeah, thank you so much, audience. I mean, we had a wonderful session on the global shipping trials and tribulations. We've been through a roller coaster ride all these years, but particularly in the last 2 years has been worse than ever. I mean, we had one after the other. Never before in history we've seen something like that. And the speakers reflected on this situation that we are in beautifully. And I particularly liked, of course, Mrs. Joshi's time well spent in SCA was beautiful. I mean, I was told, I like that phrase, a road well traveled. And I was waiting to hear something of that, but maybe another time. Another session, of course. It would be a pleasure. I liked Mr. Jagmeet Makkar's global, the impact on the globalization and its impact. That was very well done presentation, and it kind of reflects and sums up what happened, what happened before the coronavirus, what happened during then and after. So it's a good reflection. I mean, I'm sure you all have enjoyed this session on the core subject, and well, thanks for your patience, thanks for your questions, and we look forward to some more sessions like this from CMMI. Thank you.
And we need to thank Captain Ramesh for his excellent presentation.
Thank you, man.
Thank you so much, speakers. I now request Ms. Vinita Venkatesh to kindly present the memento to Mrs. H.K. Joshi. And I now request Ms. Aarti Narayanan to kindly present the memento to Mr. Jagmeet Makkar. Kindly keep the applause coming as Aarti makes her way to the stage.
Captain Ramesh, being an office bearer of CMMI, has surrendered his right to a memento. And so now, thank you so much, and let's call the panelists on mediation, Mr. Satya Rao and Mr. Giridhar on the dais, please. So mediation as an alternate dispute resolution mechanism has indeed caught traction in recent days. It's being increasingly used, and I'm seeing this being used like, especially by public sector undertakings, where first goes to arbitration, they get a award which is not favorable, so then they say, now let's go for mediation after arbitration. And if you don't agree to mediation, they go to court and put a stay on the arbitration. And so mediation is now seemingly the more preferred option, as most PSU technocrats do not want to sign off on a final settlement. As long as they are enforced, they try to pass it on to their successor, so that no CAG or CID or CBI or whoever will ever step on their toes. And this is an issue that most service providers to PSUs face every day. So let's have a session of interesting questions on alternate dispute resolution, mediation, and maybe even conciliation and arbitration. Panelists are there. Anybody? Okay, Mrs. Aarti. The mic, please. For those who couldn't hear, the question is, what do you do when one of the parties to the dispute does not come forward to be part of a mediation process? Can the mediation be imposed by a court of law? Yes, Ms. The mic too.
Answer your question. Many a time, the party that asks for mediation in court, they don't turn up for the mediation. They have an ulterior motive because our judges sit 3 months at a time. So they're waiting for a portfolio change, for the switch of the judge. So that case, what happens, the request for mediation is keeping the case alive, waiting. They'll come to the mediation center or they won't come on the first occasion. Then we have a provision where we can send them a notice from the mediation center, giving them 2 weeks' time, telling them to report for the mediation. So you should use that provision, send them a notice, make them come. And when they do come, they will tell you we are not interested in mediation. Then you have to tell them that you have not invited them out of personal love and affection for them, but this is an order from court. The case has been referred for mediation. And if they were not so keen, why did they opt? So that way we first bring them in. So they have to come. The lawyer will come and say he's not interested. Then you will tell him, no, it's been court referred. Whether you asked for it or not, and if you asked for it, all the more your party should be present over here. And make that lawyer bring his party. So that amount of control the mediator should have over the proceeding and not allow them to have this gameplay that they're doing. And then tell them the benefits of mediation. That this case will get resolved here with the parties. Invite the advocates also for the mediation. There are certain mediators who don't like the advocates around because they say most of the time they spoil the mediation. That is not true. Befriend the advocate. Get him into the mediation. Let him be a part, because there the advocate helps the mediator. Once he comes into mediation, the role play for the advocate makes the advocate neutral to the whole proceeding. He actually helps the mediator, because if the party wants any legal advice, his advocate is there to give it to him. You see, so all these tricks are a game ploy, and we have to know how to circumvent this and bring them in.
What about international arbitration?
He is the man for arbitration.
Okay. I once was faculty at a training program on advocacy in mediation, how advocates should conduct themselves in mediation. So I'll speak from a point of view of advocate rather than a mediation. See, every dispute has its own inherent strengths and weaknesses from our party's point of view. So if I'm keen to get something mediated, then I use a strong card where the party is stopped in its tracks. The other party may think that they have a very strong case, but if you show up their vulnerabilities and which makes them take a back seat and reflect again on the proposition, at that stage it is good to suggest mediation. Ordinarily, parties will never go for mediation when they feel that case is very strong. So I don't know if I'm making sense. I'm talking from an advocate's point of view, because right now you are raising that. Because mediation is inherently a voluntary process, but there are many blocks. One of the blocks is advocates themselves are blocks to mediation. So though the parties are, have interest in mediation, advocates often it's against their interest. They may get a higher fee. There may be other reasons, genuine reasons also. Their genuine disbelief in mediation. So it needs the menacing presence of a mediator like Satya Rao to say, no, court has ordered you, better sit down. And then actually, she's very humane and compassionate in her mediation process. I personally experienced it. But the mediator will have to know when to be tough and when to melt and be participative. I don't know if I've answered your entire question, but this is the best I can. Yeah, you asked about international arbitration, it seems. But even in international arbitration, it's much the same, whether it's in a suit or So you should play your, strong card first. You should make that visible enough to know that the other party is not going to get away that easily as he or she imagined, and then they will come for mediation.
Right now, Aarti, there is not much awareness regarding this process of mediation. Everybody knows arbitration, and arbitration arises out of suits for contracts, you know. Now, there's not much awareness. So, in mediation, we have what is called as an introduction to mediation, where they say, when we have been trained, the first session, you should take at least half an hour's time to give an introduction about mediation and the benefits of mediation. Once your introduction is very good and the benefits and all that is very good, let me tell you, there won't be an opposition for mediation. They'll be ready to try it. So the first session, half an hour devoted to introduction to mediation, giving the introduction. Then you win.
Okay, my question, two parts to my question. First, of course, being I understand mediation is a relatively new concept. How popular is it internationally and in India? And second question, is it required to be part of your charter party, a clause that a mediation clause or something like that should be there, a part of the charter party?
About your shipping, I don't know, but nowadays in contracts, they say that when you say that a matter could be settled by arbitration, they also say put mediation stroke arbitration. Then it can go through the process of mediation and arbitration. Internationally, I think mediation is doing pretty well. In India, the public awareness is still there and educating the public is there, but there are success rate in cases. And arbitration matters, I think some of them go through mediation and then they refer to arbitration and back to mediation, if there is a need to come back to mediation.
I think Mr. Jagmeet, being a practicing arbitrator, wants to clarify on your question.
Just wanted to say that now, particularly in the oil and gas sector, which I work with, all agreements say mediation, before arbitration, mediation could be resolved. They use the word conciliation. But unfortunately, what happens in some of these public sector undertakings is that the so-called conciliation and mediation is done by retired officials of that public sector. It becomes, but they are not trained at all. Mediation is a very professional, you know, Mr. Makar will tell you about the training he underwent. When you undergo a training, you understand how many nuances there are. It's not just about telling two parties compromise. There's a lot to it which does not meet the eye. If mediation is professionalized, then I would recommend that the charter parties, you know, have a condition that there should be mediation prior to arbitration.
If you look at the BIMCO dispute resolution clause, now mediation also has been made part of it. But finally it is party autonomy, negotiation. If both the parties agree, perfectly fine. Even if they have not agreed, later on they agree, that is also fine. So it's a very open thing. And to answer your question, I think there is something which you wanted. So I must say, in an arbitration, if one party doesn't turn up, there is a proper procedure, right? So arbitrator can go ahead, ex-party communication and everything, he can give an award. Okay, so that is something can be done. So BIMCO that has got, to answer the first question that you asked, is it very popular? Not yet, right? Especially in Hong Kong, Singapore, that area, mediation is not very common as yet, is specifically for the reason that they have mentioned, awareness. It is lack of awareness. And when I did this course, I want to add 2 lines to it. It's absolutely different. If you're wearing a hat of a litigator or a lawyer and an arbitrator, and you think you can do mediation without training, no. Active listening, having empathy, these people are like emotional intelligence experts as well as psychologists to become a good mediator. Am I right, ma'am?
Thank you.
Body language.
Any other questions, please? Yes.
Giridhar, your notes on Prestige running into billions of dollars and taking over 22 years, involving multiple states, multiple organizations across different countries. Is mediation ever possible for such a matter? I would like Jagmeet to take on this answer.
On the Prestige case.
On the Prestige
Do you think mediation would have worked?
Reconciliation is never possible.
It's difficult, it may be difficult, but I would imagine that it's possible, and I would love to do something like that. Anyway. He's asked you.
Yeah, multiple parties is possible. Like, see, I am not a professional mediator as yet. So I have done a couple of cases, but I don't call myself as a professional mediator.
But you will agree that the more the arbitration prolongs, the lawyer fees keep on increasing. Similarly, an arbitrator fees. So you would rather have a prolonged arbitration rather than a concise arbitration.
Sir, if you ask me honestly, I would love to have people doing mediation and just get on with their business. Look for the value add rather than the cost basis. That's the most beautiful part of mediation. You go with 1 + 1, you come out with 5. There's new relationship, new businesses, new ways to do work together. I think mediation anyway is the first step or the second step or even the third step.
You can challenge
The lunch is going cold, so one last question from Captain Rajgopal.
Yes, one word on one comment, sorry. The challenge would be to have a panel of mediators who between themselves have domain knowledge of the different multiple legal systems, and then of the process of arbitration, suits and mediation. It's not difficult to assemble such a team. We should try it out in a case.
Yes, Captain.
Yeah, during the coffee break, I did ask her if she is willing to mediate between OPS and EPS, and she said yes. Okay, that's on the lighter note. Now the question, say in contractual disputes, especially of course when you deal with PSUs, you know, most of the contracts are one-sided. How many of these PSUs actually come for mediation? Assuming that, you know, there's an arbitration.
When there is a clause in the contractual dispute, it immediately goes to arbitration, no? Because the arbitration clause is there. The courts don't entertain them. So there's no question of it going to mediation. First of all, the judge will ask, is there is arbitration clause? If you say yes, he'll send it, goes directly, it doesn't come into the court. What comes into the court are those cases where this clauses, the final clause is not there for settlement of the dispute. Now the judges of their own accord are sending it to the mediation center. Where there is a clause, they don't come, they go direct to arbitration.
No, where there is a clause for mediation prior to arbitration.
Yeah, my question is, assuming that, you know, for mediation, both the parties need to consent. So assuming that there is a clause, and how many of the PSUs actually come for mediation? Because most of the time, the contracts is one-sided because of the power that they have.
In those cases, what happens is, I'm sorry sir, I didn't understand your question. In those cases, what happens is the judges kind of know that they will not come, so they don't refer those cases for mediation. They don't refer them. They refer where they know that, you know, these cases, because they are aware that the PSUs, they see the contract, so they know this is not a fit case for mediation. So it doesn't come.
See, I personally know that in the case of some of the oil companies which I work with, they have an in-house mediation team, usually of retired officials. So many mediations do take place there and do get resolved one way or the other. That I am aware. People outside the sector may not know. It is true that many disputes, those disputes that do not get resolved there, then come into arbitration.
The mic, please.
Does arbitration really have any value in India? Because every 4 cases I have, all of them are landing up in Supreme Court.
Yes, it's time consuming. See, arbitration was meant to be an economic both in terms of cost and time, but unfortunately it's very costly. No, I mean, you know better.
What I'm asking is,
why do
we go to arbitration if it is not valued?
Why do courts simply give stays on arbitration awards without even seeing the merits of it? See,
in fact, Section 34 of the Arbitration Act has been amended to make it almost very watertight. It's only in rare cases that arbitral awards can be challenged, and particularly international arbitration awards, the scope is to challenge is very narrow. But lawyers, including me, try to devise ways to get in, and generally, personally, I think, my personal opinion, most people won't agree. See, ultimately, a private person is becoming a judge, there should be a modicum of judicial supervision over that processes. My personal opinion. You may not agree with it,
No.
but anyway.
My question again, these, the arbitrators were all learned chief justices who were retired, and that is being challenged now.
Yeah.
What do you say about that?
It's definitely surprising that courts so readily give stays on arbitration awards. So I now wish Captain Gangadharan to take over the dais for the giving the mementos. You're taking shots, please.
Thank you for that awesome discussion. I now request Mrs. Dhanya Ajay to kindly present the mementos to Advocate PVS Giridhar and Advocate Satya Rao. Kindly keep applauding as she comes onto the stage. Thank you, speakers. You may now take your places off the dais. As they make their way down, I now request Captain V. Ganesham, Secretary of the CMMI Chennai Chapter, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's become afternoon now. I don't want to make any speech now, okay? I would like to thank all the audiences who took time and came today for this event on a Friday. That's a working day. I will start thanking the chief guest and the speakers for today's event, and then my thanking list starts with the sponsors, the committee members who suggested that we should have a seminar being that 65th annual day. And I would like to thank all the CMMI members and rest. I have to thank the hotel also. And that's it. Please join us for lunch. Ramesh is closing his face.
I request you to hold on for 5 minutes more as we will proceed with the national anthem. Sorry for keep you holding up, but national anthem is important.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much. Before we go for lunch, don't be harsh on me, but I would just like to thank Captain Ajay and Mrs. Dhanya for giving me this opportunity for hosting this beautiful event. And to my lovely audience, thank you so much for being so welcoming and so lively. I truly had a great time doing this show. Thank you so much. You may now go. not, delegates, can the committee members come up on stage for a photo session with all our dignitaries? And then you can go for lunch. Thank you.